District for Monday, October 5th to order. If we could all cite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United
United States of America, and to the republic
for which it
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, roll call, please.
Jim Batson.
Here.
Don Carmichael.
Here.
Pat Grudy.
Here.
Lisa Hessel.
Here.
Kevin Huber.
Here.
Karen Lundstedt.
Here.
Casey Rooney.
Here.
Okay, so we have all the board members present. I noticed we also have almost 100 other participants logged in online, and that number is growing, 97 and growing right now. Okay, our agenda this morning, or this evening, we'll open it up for public comment. I know we had about 11 letters sent in specifically for this meeting, and so we will read all of those, including a couple that are a little lengthy. And then we will review the panorama initial e-school survey results, and then spend probably the bulk of our time on the school reopening and the recommendations associated with that. Okay. Are there any questions before we start? All right, if not, let's move to public comment. We'll pass it to Mary.
Okay, thank you. Our first letter tonight comes from Rebecca Gaples and Simon Harrison. Dear members of the Board of Education, administration, teachers, and staff, we just wanted to say that we really appreciate all your hard work and dedication. The situation is complex with no great solution, and we know everyone has been putting in extra hours trying to figure out the best course of action while developing an academically challenging e-school program. We're particularly grateful that you have been trying to secure COVID test kits and hope manage to get a hold of some of those in the future. Thank you again for all of your hard work. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Second letter comes from Peter Beamer. The quality of education for my 3 Vernon Hills High School students is unacceptable for online learning. COVID risk to children under the age of 20 is almost non-existent, only 7 deaths in the state of Illinois. In the meantime, there is a mental health crisis for high school and college-age students in our community. This is driven by the social isolation of our children due to school closures. I believe this crisis, plus the lack of education, needs to be considered against the risk of COVID. I would like to hear answers from the district to the following questions. 1, are you aware of the ongoing mental health crisis in our community? With which local mental health professionals have consulted? You recently sent out surveys to both the parents and students in the district. Where will you publish the results? What is your plan for reopening in-person school? Will you provide 2 options, in school and online? 5, what metrics are you using to decide to return to in-school learning? 6, from where does the data come which you use to calculate your metrics? And 7, how does only attending school 2 days per week prevent virus spread relative to 5 days per week? I believe that an in-school 5-day per week school option should be offered to parents and students willing to participate. Excuse me. The next letter is from Dr. Kristen Cresswell-Isberg. District 128 board members. Once again, I would like to thank all of the board members, teachers, administration, and staff of District 128 for all they are doing for our kids, especially during this crisis. It cannot be easy. I applaud everyone for planning and implementation of the current e-learning program. While nothing can duplicate the educational experience of in-person, face-to-face learning, the e-learning program is the next best thing. My student found the program to be educationally rigorous. She appreciates the format, actually preferring the block schedule to the full class Wednesday schedule. She finds the extra class time of the block schedule to be educationally beneficial. With regards to returning to learning within the walls of the school building, I strongly urge the board to continue with e-learning for the present time. Schools, colleges, professional sports have all seen significant spikes in cases as they attempt to return to class or play. This has resulted in disruptive returns back to the e-learning, mandatory 2-week dorm lockdowns, and canceled games. There is still too much community spread to believe that a return to in-person learning won't result in a significant increase in cases. This puts not only students, but especially teachers and staff and their families by extension at risk for the disease that has been shown to be able to cause significant illness, possible long-term damage to vital organs, and even death. Educating our children is a priority, but only when it can be done safely for all those involved in the process. As the cold weather arrives and we are all forced indoors, we will be faced with a greater chance of viral contact. The debate as to whether or not this virus spreads simply by direct contact or respiratory droplets, or also by aerosols, seems to be leaning toward all three being factors in community spread. The current CDC guidelines of 6 feet separation is predicated on the virus that is spread by respiratory droplets. If this virus is indeed aerosolized and can be shown to be infectious through the throat, then 6 feet is no longer sufficient. An aerosolized form, this virus can travel much longer distances and last in the environment for hours. Let the current example of what is happening with regard to the president, his staff, and those around him who are testing positive serve as a cautionary tale as to what can happen when people congregate. Imagine trying to continue any continuity of academic instruction as students and staff are diagnosed. They'll be mandated to 10 or more days of isolation. Their return to work class will depend on how quickly they recover. For some people, that may translate into more than 10 days of lost time. In addition to those who test positive, there will then be significant numbers who will require 14 days to quarantine a close contact. It becomes a logistical nightmare to trying to maintain adequate staffing for classes, as well as keeping students who are sick or quarantined from falling behind academically. Add to that the human cost of being infected by the virus, and e-learning becomes the safest way to deliver an uninterrupted and consistent educational experience at this time. Thank you for your consideration. The next message is from Lenny Nieves. Members of the D128 School Board, I'm writing to you as a taxpayer and a resident of the school district with a child at Vernon Hills High School. But unlike the great majority who have spoken or contacted you, I also speak with experience in directly working with multiple school districts on their reopening plans and implementation. These school districts include Niles High School District 219, Ridgewood High School 234, and 9 K-8 districts in Skokie, Niles, Gulf, Lincolnwood, and Glenbrook. And their plans vary from full remote delivery to various hybrid delivery models. From my experience in working with these school districts, I have great concerns over potential plans to implement any level of in-person learning at D128 within the next few weeks. In fact, my experiences lead me to strongly believe that implementation of any level of in-person delivery prior to mid-January is highly impractical and extremely ill-conceived for the following reasons. 1, I hope that those favoring in-person instruction realize that in-person instruction now will look absolutely nothing like it did prior to March. It is going to require more and different methods and levels of planning, trial and error, and instruction. In short, this will break any continuity they may have in the current delivery model to the detriment of students, as it will require another significant adjustment period in the middle of a school term. The timing could not be worse. The teachers have worked extremely hard at their remote delivery and instruction. It has developed well beyond what was implemented in the spring and has come as a result, basically a total revamping of their instruction, materials, and delivery coming from long and increased work hours and workload. To implement any plan that requires them to once again revamp their instruction between two different delivery models in a few weeks is at best unrealistic and worst, setting them and the students up for failure. Additionally, to expect of them such a transition in a short amount of time while maintaining their current level of remote instruction is inefficient and unrealistic. In other schools I have worked with, this has caused a significant decline in staff morale, and I have no doubt it would be the same effect on D128 teachers and staff. 2, the timing of a return to any level of in-person at this time is ill-conceived. First, cold and flu season is just beginning. Most, if not all, of the symptoms associated with those COVID-19 symptoms. As a result, current IDPH exclusionary symptoms and protocols could lead to a revolving door of students between remote and in-person if exclusions and/or quarantine periods are mandated and enforced. How will this inconsistency impact students and classes? What kind of learning environment is created for a student that starts with in-person instruction and then has to quarantine back to remote for up to 2 weeks in symptoms warrant? Why would the district want to implement an instructional model that will be constantly disrupted and offer such inconsistency? Remote learning is established and consistent and is not subject to this level of disruption. 3, related to number 2, the return to some level of in-person instruction will not be far removed from 2 significant events, the Thanksgiving holiday and winter break. The former will see college students from around the state and country potentially returning home for that holiday break, or families will be traveling during Thanksgiving. Winter break will see similar behaviors of family returning or visiting home from other areas and/or travel out of state for vacation. This will all potentially expose the students and staff and community to an expanded and exponential chance of COVID-19. This is a significant concern in many of the districts I work with currently, to the point of some discussing options such as full remote between Thanksgiving and winter break for those who already have some in-person established, to consideration of the first 2 weeks of winter break being full remote learning to serve the built-in quarantine period for all. With such uncertainty and possibilities, why would the district consider implementing any level of in-person instruction at that time? These are not insignificant uncertainties and possibilities. These are ones that could cause significant stresses on the learning process to the detriment of students, as well as the potential health and safety of all of the school buildings. Continuing with the plan of remote learning through at least the beginning of January is the most logical and practical, as it would eliminate much of these uncertainties and possibilities. 4, the District 128 School Board has the responsibility of making decisions that are in the best interest of students, teachers, and staff and school district. Presumably, the discussion of some level of in-person instruction is rooted in what many believe to be the best interests of students. To that, I emphatically say that a decision based on the best interest of students cannot be done without first and foremost, A, recognizing the impact that such a decision will have on the abilities and responsibilities of teachers and staff to be able to effectively perform their duties, and B, taking care of the health, safety, and well-being of the teachers and staff. Any level of in-person instruction at this time fails on both of those points. I truly hope all of these points will strongly be considered by the board in making these decisions on the return to some level of in-person instruction. These points are not rooted in any political agenda or feelings of entitlement as a taxpayer. They are rooted in actual experiences, issues facing the school district during unparalleled times, and genuine concern for the physical, mental, and social emotional well-being of students, teachers, and staff. Excuse me. Our next letter is from Elaine Baranek. My name is Elaine Baranek, and I want to remind you of what is at stake if you decision to start in-person, what is at stake in your decision to start in-person learning. In the 20 years I have been with District 28, I met my husband, fell in love, got married, cared for him through 2 battles of cancer, we had a child, and then he had a major heart attack before he was 40. He is part of the population most likely to die from contracting COVID. When I have spoken to doctors about me going back to the classroom, they have stressed that I would be putting my husband's health and life in jeopardy. This is not covered by ADA because it's not about my health. I cannot stop working or my family will lose our home. Will the district make special dispensations for teachers with high-risk family members so that we can continue to teach remotely with sub in the room? If not, and we need to quarantine, will you be paying for me to do so away from my family? I cannot risk losing my daughter's father. If he dies from a COVID infection that I bring home, what is the liability of the school in this situation? Decisions like these should be based on best practices in modern science. Because this is all so new, you should ask your teachers what they feel are best practices. Superintendent Prentice Lee always tells us that we are the best teachers in the world. Ask us what will create the best educational environment, and we'll tell you that should stay the course with eSchool. Modern science says that COVID is about to have another wave. We share a border with Wisconsin, which is an epicenter of the virus right now. Some of our staff live in Wisconsin. Flu season is beginning. If we are all quarantining every time a student has a fever, none of us will be in school very long. Why are we giving up certainty for this world of chaos? This hardly seems like best practices in any form of the phrase. Additionally, evidence shows that the hybrid model of education as started across the country is not going well for teachers and students. Education is not going back to normal just because people are in a building. Students cannot sit with each other and work collaboratively. They cannot get up and move around the room doing simulations like they used to in normal years. They'll stay in their desks with masks on 6 feet apart. Right now, we can see each other. So much of how we learn is visual cues, not just in Google Slides, but in the faces of teachers, which will now be unseen. Teachers across the country have described teaching hybridly as sterile. I have seen teachers say that they must ignore their online learners because it's too hard to manage the online students and the in-person students at the same time. Some of our own teachers in the special education department are teaching hybridly and have shared similar experiences with me. Right now, we have a model with eSchool where everyone who shows up gets attention and a full experience with their teacher, and they can collaborate with their peers in breakout rooms. Why are we going to destroy that? Thank you for hearing me, and please make a decision that will lend itself to the stability for our students and staff, not less. Our next message is from Deanne Ellis. excuse me, although not passed yet in Illinois, Alyssa's Law, which is named after one of the students killed in the 2018 Parkland High School shooting, is critical legislation addressing the issue of law enforcement response time when a life-threatening emergency occurs because time equals life. The law calls for the installation of silent panic alarms that are directly linked to law enforcement. So in case of an emergency, they will get on the scene as quickly as possible, take down a threat, or triage any victims. Does district have a plan in place should Alyssa's Law pass in Illinois? And even if Alyssa's Law does not pass, with mental illness on the rise amongst our student population, what measures are being taken to add additional layers of security to our buildings in the event of an active shooter? Thank you so much. Message number 7 is from Robert Wilson. I hope this message finds you well. As we consider the right time to implement a hybrid learning model, I want to advocate for one that requires students working from home to log in and attend along with their classmates that are meeting in person. As an educator with 18 years of experience in D128, I know that students need structure and as much access to their teacher as possible. The hybrid model that was presented in July and August seems to leave students on their own at home for 2 days out of the week to review materials and complete assignments without any guidance. This system puts students who struggle with the course content and those who do not have the discipline to keep up with their daily work at a serious disadvantage, as they will arrive to synchronous online sessions on Wednesday as well as in-person sessions without being properly prepared to advance. The teacher will consistently have to go back and reteach the lesson that was intended for the asynchronous session. Additionally, a hybrid model in which students working at home log in the time of their in-person class will benefit students who are not coming to the building at all. I know that a hybrid model of some form will eventually become a reality. When it does, please implement one that creates a similar educational experience for all students every day of the week and is sustainable for educators to implement. Thank you for taking the time to read my message. Message number 8 is from Chris Blacker. Dear LHS Community District 28 board members, district leadership team, teachers, and students, I would first like to recognize and thank the LHS School Board for their hard work and diligence during these very unpredictable and difficult times. It is obvious to me that you place the safety and well-being of students as your number one priority, and it is appreciated. The message I would like to send is one of risk balance and trade-offs as it relates to students, not just their physical welfare, but rather the entire student, including their mental health and happiness. The risk is not that one will contract COVID, as the vast majority of individuals the age of our students contract it with mild or no symptoms, but rather if one gets seriously ill or contracting the virus becomes fatal. Based on publicly available data from the CDC, over the past 8 months, there have been approximately 180 nationwide fatalities involving students between the ages of 15 and 20 where COVID-19 is a factor. Over the same period, 11,200 students have died from other causes, including 2,600 suicides if one applies historical suicide rates. Every life is priceless, but when weighing the factors related to the consequences of a virtual learning environment, one needs to take media and emotions out of the equation and focus on facts. We should take into consideration the mental health of our students, the most social and developing members of our society, who are sequestered at home without the peer interaction that contributes to mental stability. This virus does have consequences for individuals beyond the student, primarily the teachers, where the risk is relatively greater. Teachers should be afforded additional protection, including plexiglass shielding in front of their desks, and provided the option of teaching remotely with the aid of TAs, as has been done in various equally large school districts with little consequences, such as Arrowhead in Wisconsin, with a student population of approximately 2,200 students. Several other large school districts within the state of Illinois with a similar desire to protect their students, all of the students, including mental welfare, have decided to reopen to in-person instruction. There is no need to treat every demographic and every person within a demographic the same. For those who are at greater risk or view the risk too great, they should be allowed to obtain their education virtually. Those who face virtually no risk and or view the risk as manageable should be allowed in-person education. Thank you for your time. Message number 9 comes from Dr. Kristen Cresswell-Isberg, which I believe I already read. Sorry about that. Message number 10 comes from a number of our teachers in District 128. Dear 128 administration and board, as you consider a potential return to in-person learning, we hope that the perspective of teachers is one that you will weigh as you come to your decision. When the board voted for full remote learning this summer, we felt relieved that health and safety were the deciding factor. We learned that we would get 2 weeks to prepare for that remote learning. We were grateful beyond words. Here was a district that not only valued the health and safety of its teachers and students, it was one that valued the best quality education possible within circumstances and would provide the support to achieve that end. Your teachers poured themselves into making 2 weeks as worthwhile and productive as possible. Since then, we have continued to pour ourselves into making remote learning as meaningful as possible for our students. And we have found great success. Good learning is happening. Meaningful connections are happening. It is not always perfect, but we fervently believe that this is the best quality of education that we can offer amidst a global pandemic that has not abated. We were mere 6 weeks in, and teachers are finding their stride and feeling more and more confident in this mode of instruction. And now, with no change in the status of the pandemic, the school is calling for an aggressive return to in-person learning. First, let us reiterate our concern for the health and safety for those who will be returning to the building. We worry about the unavoidable congregation in terms. We worry about congested hallways where student masks will be difficult to enforce. We worry about class sizes of up to 30, where 6 feet of distance would be impossible to achieve in a classroom, even with only 50% of students present. We worry about our most vulnerable students and their teachers who are already in the building, as their health safety would undoubtedly be compromised if they needed to share the building with a broader school population and were no longer able to spread out safely. As this is just to name a few of the worries, all of the circumstances that lead to the decision to go remote in August are still in place. We urge you once again to prioritize the health and safety of your students, staff, and community. Second, we believe that a hybrid model will lead to a degraded quality of education for our students. No matter the model, hybrid teaching is difficult and ineffective. Teachers are far more limited with modes of teaching available when students have to maintain 6 feet distance. Collaboration will be impossible, whereas breakout rooms in a Zoom setting allow for meaningful collaboration. Teachers will not be able to approach students closely enough to offer meaningful individual feedback, where we are accomplishing that effectively in one-to-one breakout rooms in Zoom and other means of digital feedback. Moreover, teachers will be tasked with managing 3 groups of students within a given day: those in person, those at home, and those choosing not to return at all. Whether we have synchronous/asynchronous model, or whether we try to teach all students live via Zoom simultaneously, the result will be chaotic and ineffective. We would effectively be replacing a high functional model with a less effective one, all the while compromising everyone's health and safety. We understand the desire to return to normal. Teachers feel that as much as anyone. We love our students, our jobs, but push to return to school in a hybrid model will not be a return to normal. The things we love about being in the building will not be possible, and the risks will be great. We urge you to make the right decision again, to let teachers continue to teach kids the best way we can, given the circumstances, in a fully remote setting. And in return, we promise to continue to pour ourselves into this job to as many hours as we need to make this the best experience we can for the students we love. Sincerely, Ellen Macias, Amy Christian, Tara Young, Shaban Zabo, Stephanie Freikels, Michelle Bastiani, Chris Wolf, Laura Oliver, Kelly Whitescarver, Britt Reddig, Melissa Aubin, Casey Aubin, Aaron Jaffe, Kristen Olsinger, Megan Geltner, Gutzmer, Jessica Chapman, Melissa Clark, Sarah Nieto, Kristen Schwartz, Carrie Keski, Avelino Cortez, Leslie Nardini, Kristen Tarrant, Elizabeth Sierra, Eileen Baronic, Sarah Greenswag, Anthony Isabelli, Robert Wilson, Kristen Hover, Mary Kate Schoenbeck, Alyssa Gong, Allison Reifenberg, Amy Wiggins, Matt Wiggins, Kimberly Racek, Nancy Shipley, Corey Smith, Stacy Crow, Matt Clifford, Denise Caton, Ross Caton, Laura Nardini, Kurt Erickson, Brian Miller, Tessa Frederick, Veronica Luce Alandia, Matt Wall, Jody Cusick, Steve Zabo, Karen McDonald, Christopher Thomas, Paul Friedrich, Michael Gluskin, Angela Naylor, Alex Joe, Dave Schrader, Emily Kern, Katie Gallivan, Maggie Scott, Allison Kotlinski, Susie Torrance, Karen Lamastry, Jeremy Little, Diane Naslin, Allison Malloy, Rachel Campbell, Shoshana Shaw, Amanda Critch, Katie Janisek, Shauna Moeller, Matt Thompson, Dana Green, Alicia Harris, Kedrin Wall, Doug Gerber, Joey Regan, Ben Voigt, and Pam Dirks. And I need a sip of water. Excuse me. My internet is catching up. There it is. Message number 11 is from Mary Jane Wang. Dear Board of Education members and administration, thank you very much for your hard work and dedication over the past 6 months as we have faced the challenges of COVID-19. As a parent of 2 kids, D128, and also as a pediatric nurse, I've been very grateful for the wisdom and caution you have exhibited. What I especially appreciate is the fact that you have acknowledged something vitally important, that at this point, we don't know what we don't know. As you attempt to look ahead with plans for D128, I'd like to express some thoughts. First, I have concerns that we don't yet know enough to be assured that a hybrid option would be safe. For example, the CDC just confirmed today that airborne transmission can spread the COVID-19 virus and that infectious viral particles can remain in the air for hours. Second, I have questions about whether the introduction of a hybrid option would spread resources and staff too thin. For example, would running both hybrid and remote learning still allow for differentiated learning that fully meets the academic needs of advanced students in both groups? Third, I don't believe that putting hundreds of kids and adults in the building at once is the only way to combat youth depression. Finally, I believe that at times of stress and uncertainty, what our kids need above all is safety and consistency. In the hierarchy of needs, we should be first and foremost ensuring the safety and survival of all children and their parents, as well as the staff and their families. Oops. Excuse me. First, COVID-19 is a novel virus. Even the scientific and medical experts in the field do not know or agree on what is or is not safe, nor can we predict who will suffer severe illness or permanent disability or death. Otherwise healthy young people have died or experienced long-term or possibly permanent health damage following infection. Are we willing to bring hundreds of students and staff into harm's way by opening the school? We are still just learning as we go. For example, just today the CDC released new information regarding the presence of airborne transmission, acknowledging the growing evidence that under certain conditions, people farther than 6 feet apart can become infected by tiny droplets and particles that float in the air minutes and hours, and that they may play a role in the pandemic. There are too many qualifications, and unfortunately, our usual sources of trusted medical information have been influenced by politics, leaving us unsure of everything. We've now learned that top White House officials, including Dr. Birx and members of Pence's COVID task force, pressed the CDC to downplay the risk of sending kids back to school in order to help the president's re-election chances. So much for unknown and the unfortunate muddling of politics into scientific medical recommendations. Caution is necessary. Second, if we were to introduce a hybrid option, would there be enough teachers in each subject to provide fully differentiated academics to all learners, including advanced students? I assume this will depend on how many teachers are assigned to teach. Will there, for example, be an AP computer science teacher for remote learners as well as hybrid? What about each foreign language, each math level, each advanced English and lit class, each advanced science class, each advanced social studies class? Will the full spectrum of advanced and AP classes still be available to both sets of students if a hybrid plan is introduced? Or will teachers and resources be stretched too thin? Third, we are all concerned about the mental health of our children now more than ever. However, remote learning takes up mere 6 hours and 20 minutes of the day. This is plenty of time for our teenagers to get together with their friends outside of school without needing to put hundreds of people inside a building to do so. My kids have still been seeing their friends outside, playing golf, tennis, participating in the school's fencing club. They video chat with them regularly in the evenings and give them the game, They video chat with them regularly in the evenings and game with them from the safety of their own homes. Remote learning does not mean that our kids are stuck inside their houses all day, isolated from their friends. It means that they can gather in smaller groups in safer circumstances than even a hybrid school situation would allow, putting families and teachers at such elevated risk. Finally, one thing we can provide for our kids to help them cope with the stress of COVID-19, consistency and safety. Hybrid learning is not constant. In addition, the in-person days are inevitably led to infections and spreads, as well as exposure to many staff and students, as well as their families. These inevitable scenarios will require many students and adults to quarantine and abruptly change their academic delivery method and ability to go to work. While quarantining hybrid students need to shift to a remote learning situation with a new teacher and different classmates, or if the remote class is progressing at a different pace than the hybrid class they are quarantining from. Remote learning avoids the constant upheaval due to infection and quarantine. Perhaps the greatest gift we can give our kids is making sure they're physically safe and that their friends and their own parents and family members are safe as well. Our kids' mental health is not going to improve if they or their parents or parent get sick or in the hospital. Our kids need those around them to stay healthy in order to feel safe and secure. And the final piece I have to share is a petition that was sent that currently has 329 signatures. And the title of that is Extend eSchool for District 128 until the end of the first semester. The pandemic is in full effect, causing nearly 500 deaths in Lake County. This petition seeks to extend remote learning at least until the end of the first semester. Returning to school now puts immunodeficient people at risk and stands to lower the quality of education received by those who cannot attend school learning. Accepting a mortality rate on schooling is simply unacceptable. Positivity rates in the area still fluctuate above 5, making the county still unready for hybrid learning. Sign our petition if you believe quality schooling for all, regardless of ability to come into a hybrid environment. Science, which continues to show how harmful COVID can be, especially to communities which reopened fast. Logic. We are still in the midst of a pandemic of unprecedented proportions, exposing children to the potential of irreversible harm to their health or even death, seeks to only placate those interested in their own convenience and selflessness. Although COVID may have no effect on you or your family, recognizing its effects on at-risk families in the area is imperative. Signing this petition is a way to show your support for those going through chemotherapy, immunosuppressants, and those in advanced age. So as I had said, to date, there's 329 signatures. And I was also given just a few comments that were added on to the petition, and I will read those very briefly. Mary Jane Wang's comment: while we all want our kids back in school for various reasons, none of them outweigh the life or death risks of putting hundreds of people inside a building. In addition, I feel e-learning affords better differentiated learning and consistency for our kids compared to the hybrid. Sammy Aribas says, I'm signing because my family is a high risk and a hybrid would kill one of my family members and the blood would be on school's hands. Zoe McCullough says, I don't want to put my elderly grandparents at risk. Sophia Kim, it's extremely unsafe to go back to school, and with the amount of precautions that have been taken, if we go back, it's not worth it. Unlike some people, I actually care for the well-being of others. Nick Hill says, because death. Mara Peteribum says, because I don't want people to die, because of basic decency. Why does anyone have to even explain this? Jaden S. says no teacher or student should be forced to go to school. Jenna Bouquet says students may have a say in whether or not they wish to do online learning or hybrid learning. However, teachers and staff members have an option. You run the risk of putting our teachers and staff members in great danger. As much as I want my senior year to be special, I can't imagine risking my family's lives, my peers' lives, my teachers' lives, and every community member's lives for a mere 45 minutes of math, English, etc. If you think that going back to school will give you a sense of normalcy, take a good look at the regulations that will take place. You won't be able to chat with your friends between classes like before because you have to be 6 feet apart. Small talk has become raised voice conversations through a mask. You can't have your school homecoming because that's just not practical. As much as I want to understand why there's such an urgent need to have us students return so soon, I can't imagine any reason or justification that outweighs the risks. Olivia Pittum says, even if the virus doesn't affect me, it can affect so many of my loved ones. It just isn't safe. Heidi Hesslinger notes, I don't even go to Vernon Hills, but they shouldn't be going to school. Lindsay Judea notes, I don't want to put anyone at risk to both of my parents working at hospitals with COVID-19 patients. Plus, if we don't get each other sick, we don't have to pay hospital bills. And finally, Avery notes, I want to be safe. And that concludes our public comment.
Okay, thanks very much, Mary.
Hey, Pat,
Yes.
just one clarification again. Since we've started meeting virtually, just a reminder to the audience that the messages that are read in at the board meeting are the ones that are received after the board meeting is posted and they're sent to Mary. The board receives lots of messages in between, and I think you noted before that for the record that the board reads all of those messages. Also, the 10 or 12 that we had tonight, they're read in the date order, first in, first out, when they're first received after the posting of the agenda. So just a reminder that that's how we've operated since probably July, when we started having larger public contributions and we started meeting virtually.
Okay, so good comments. I was going to make the same. On a typical day, I would say we get anywhere between 15 and 20 individual emails. Many of the messages request us to consider moving to a hybrid immediately. Many others are passionately telling us to remain in a virtual format. Many report that their students are doing fine. Others report that their students are struggling. But to Dr. Lee's point, I know I read every single one, and I know most of us have. I want to answer just a couple quick questions that came up. There was one about surveys and results. We will go over those tonight. There was one about the plan for reopening. We will be talking about that tonight. There was one about metrics. We all focus primarily on the Lake County public health metrics. I know the board has been given the data through the end of September, and so all of us are aware of the metrics through the end of September. I know I personally look at those several times a week. So that's really the primary source of data for that. And then the only other comment I want to make before we move on quickly here is, I'm deeply concerned with some of the information that is spread both by email and social media. I had an email today that said masks are not needed, social distancing is not needed, and there's absolutely no risk to the community with regard to COVID-19. That is not consistent with the science. And so I simply want to say that. I had some social media posts that I saw earlier in the week that said asymptomatic people do not spread. That would also be inconsistent with the science. It said kids are immune, also inconsistent with the science. And then there are a lot of people that think kids do not spread COVID-19. That is partially true for very young kids. Imagine those that are very short and really don't sneeze very far, is sort of the theory behind that. But I think the science is largely coalescing along the fact that adolescent kids in particular tend to spread the disease about the same as full adults. So please be careful what you read both on social media and in some of the emails, because there are a lot of things floating, many of which are correct, but there are some things that are really not. And I think we are trying very hard as a board to look at all sides and to stay based on facts and science. Okay, with that,
Hey, Pat, before we move on, I do have a question. I guess this is for Mary and Prentice. I'm going through the letters I received today, and Mary is on most of them. And these letters were not read, and so I'm trying to understand why. 2 of them are my neighbors. So I'm looking out my window right now, and they're not very happy. So again, I'm trying to understand if it only, are they, I mean, there were a lot of letters, as Pat alluded to, that started Thursday, Wednesday, I don't know when, and went up until after the 4 o'clock deadline. So clearly those don't get read in because we do have that very well identified. But again, based on what was just said, I just went back in my email and randomly pulled up letters from 4 people that Mary was on that didn't get read in the record. And I don't know why that is.
So Kevin,
No, go ahead.
well, what I've said is since we started meeting virtually, the letters that have been read at the board meeting are always the letters that are sent to Mary at her address from the time the board agenda is posted to the time that we have the meeting. And depending on the meeting, those letters have run both ways. They've run in strong support of opening school all the way or in a hybrid. It depends on when the letters are sent and in that protocol. If you want to consider, when I say you, not you, Kevin, the board wants to consider, all the letters. Some of the letters very specifically say we don't want them to be read. Most of the letters do not say we want this to be read, right? They don't say that specifically, but the letters that are sent directly to Mary per the instructions on the board agenda, we know after the board agenda is posted from that time period, they know they're sending them to Mary to be read at the board meeting.
So Mayor, and I haven't had a chance to go through all 15 or so that we got today, some of which I see your name on, some of which I don't. The ones that we got today, for example, that specifically have your name on them, were they in the deck that we read?
Not unless they were noted that they were for public comment. Because a lot of them, as Prentice had noted, some of them have been coming in all along to several of us receiving the letters. The ones that just came in as a letter and weren't noted as public comment, I did not read.
Okay, so that's potentially the disconnect then, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I'm going to still struggle because this is MJ Wang's letter was read in. Dear Board of Education members, it doesn't say this is for public comment. That whole thing was read in versus a gentleman, Tony Garino's letter was not read in. One was submitted at 3:52. One was submitted at 3:58.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm struggling, and there's no way I'm going to be able to answer the community's concern on this. This is a big topic. And we, at the last meeting, we basically said unequivocally, first in are read. So from the time the meeting was posted, and I guess that would have been Friday. Would that have been Friday? Right, Carol? Friday maybe. So clearly, if the rule is any letters before that time aren't read in, that's understandable. But from Friday when Carol posted them to 4 o'clock today, I guess I'm struggling with this concept. You have to say this. Clearly, we do have people who say, please don't read this in the record, and we honor those wishes. But we certainly don't say in every letter that was read in the record today by Mary, they were not said unequivocally, I want this read in the record, blah, blah, blah. That did not happen. At least I don't see it. And so I'm struggling here with this. I listened to 12 or 13 letters, 8 or 9 of which may have said one of which called me basically blood will be on my hands. Okay. And that's just not cool. I mean, at the end of the day, that's not cool. So I guess I, as a board member, need to understand exactly what to tell the community so their voices are heard during these meetings, because they don't feel like they're getting heard now. And
Right.
now we really lose credibility on this because what we said the last meeting, we didn't follow through.
Okay, so Kevin, how do you want to proceed? I can throw out a couple things. First of all, I want to be perfectly clear. There's no deliberate intent not to read anybody's letter. Second thing I want to be clear on, we're now an hour into this thing. We only need to read 30 minutes. I have tried very hard to make this very open to read as many letters as we can. Okay, so I want to be clear on that. We've already spent twice as much time as we're required. I'll spend all night reading letters if that's what we want to do. Okay, no question, no problem with that. Because I'm fine with, you know what? Actually, I would like the community to hear a lot of these letters. Okay. I actually wonder how many of the letters that people have actually sent in, they've actually read. Because frankly speaking, I would question whether or not if they received the letter in that tone, whether that would actually inspire them to do much. Okay. I'm being honest. Now, Kevin, I have no problem if you would like, and if everybody else agrees, we can certainly do this. We can go through the letters we've received over the last couple of days. We can come back in our next meeting and we can certainly read them. Or alternatively, we can approach each and every one of those people, explain that there seems to be a disconnect here. If they would like, we could then come back in and read those letters. So what would you guys like to do?
Well, since I'm making an issue of it,
Well, it's
I
a
don't-
fair issue. To be clear, it's a fair issue.
yeah, no, well, that's the issue. I think that's why I kind of asked Prentice and Mary what the rule was. And when I got the answer, it didn't seem to fit. I certainly don't, we've spent plenty of time on this. I think Prentice did a nice job saying we received, again, a lot of letters, both ways, right? Both ways, for choice, for please be safe. I just need to make sure we get on the record with what the rule is. So
Yeah.
going forward, and we need to follow that rule, because I didn't see it tonight, and I think that's what's troubling me, and that's why I guess.
Yeah.
And again, I think that last letter really bothered me as well when you were reading in comments from people who aren't even in our district. Said I'm not in your district, but
Yeah, but that one in particular, Mary, correct me if I'm wrong. That one in particular, I believe, was requested to be read as is, correct?
Yes.
And that's why we did, Kevin.
And I think there's one other.
There was one opportunity a couple of weeks ago. You read one that somebody had messaged us during the course of the board meeting, and after all the letters had been read, you went ahead and allowed one more to be read.
Correct.
It
was under the impression that you read.
Yeah, so we got one in the message in the chat at 6:07 today from somebody who sent their letter on the 4th of October. So it was after it was posted, and Mary's name is on that list of recipients. So it was not read tonight.
Yeah, it sounds to me like we've got a little bit of a disconnect in that we've been reading letters that specifically asked to be read in general. That may or may not be absolutely the case, but we have others for which that's not clear. All right, so we need to just tighten up the process, and I'm all for doing that. Okay.
Yeah, one question maybe for Mary. So generally speaking, Mary, as we've gone on for the last couple of meetings, wherever people are at, pro, against, someplace in the middle. So generally speaking, you've been reading the letters that were received after the board agenda was posted, where people asked them to be read. There seemed to be an exception tonight with it, one in particular, Mary Jane Wang, that didn't seem to ask to be read unless she emailed you and say, I want this to be read now, here's my letter, and you just didn't read that in. So is that an accurate statement?
That is accurate. And in the case of Mary Jane Wang's, I'm not clear, because sometimes it's very clear it's not to be read. Sometimes it is clear. Sometimes it's marginal. I did email her back and say, is this for public comment? And she said yes.
Because it was received between the posting of the board agenda and 4 p.m. today.
Yes.
And it wasn't clear, so you did at least follow up with her, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I could follow up with every single email I get, and I would probably still be following up with people because it's just, there's so many letters. And maybe we do need I don't know, a better, it has to be in the subject line or a specific separate email that's public comment at D128 or
let me
other way.
make this suggestion. If we stay with the letters that are received after the posting of the board agenda, which clearly says we're going to have public comment that night, then unless they ask to opt out, the letter's going to be read. I mean, then you're reading all the letters unless somebody told you, not you, but we're reading all the letters unless somebody specifically told you, I don't want this to be read at the board meeting.
All right.
And
Well,
you'd have to have some time constraint. I mean, you know, in July, we had maybe 400 letters, obviously. But I will say that, and Kevin, I'm glad you brought this up too. Tonight in particular, it hasn't felt this way other times. It's maybe felt the other way. It seemed like it was disproportionate in the number of people who sent letters voicing and requesting to go back to school. Didn't seem to be voiced as much in the ones that were read as actually came in to us as board members. Now, I don't know if those came deep, but I mean, it just, you know, you can understand why we feel like this is a little out of skew.
okay. Well, let's do this. I mean, clearly this process needs to be improved. All right. I mean, honestly, I think we're dealing with a situation that's been unprecedented to get this volume of letters and feedback. First of all, it's unprecedented that we're reading letters and not taking public comment per se in person. So I'm not surprised we need to tweak this, but I think, Mary, we need to go back and revisit this. We need to make it clearer, including the fact that we reserve the right to cut it off after a certain time period, okay? Because I don't think we really want to sit here and read letters that all of us have read for 2 or 3 hours every week. I think we can do that sometimes, but not every week. So let's go back and revisit that. Let's have an agenda item probably on P&P or wherever it's appropriate to revisit
Sure.
this. We can tighten this up. I don't want anybody to think we're screening letters. That's not true. I don't want anybody to think that there's letters we don't want to read. That's not true. And it's unfortunate that we're even leaving anyone with perhaps that impression because it's absolutely not the case. Okay, like I said, I've read every single letter I've received. Okay. Okay, so we'll come back and fix this. Kevin, I appreciate you bringing it up because I'm sure if you have a concern, others do as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's take a look at the survey results.
Well, Pat, there's several things. That's part of our larger presentation for this evening. So good evening to everyone here and in the audience. Our presentation tonight is called Transitioning in the 2020-21 School Year, D128 Hybrid School Opening. I want to make clear something that Dr. Grudy and I made clear in our Friday message last week, that at this point, the board has not reached consensus or majority opinion of whether to stay in remote learning or go to some form of hybrid. So they're still in consideration phase. Again, going to, openness of the discussion and whatever decisions may come as a result of that. So, Brian, if we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so as we talked with the board about in the community in July, before the board made the decision to go to remote learning, we're going to continue to have to be adaptable and flexible throughout the time of this crisis. We're seeking to implement a plan that can be adaptable and flexible to changing and largely unpredictable situations. And I think we can all agree those situations are complex, they're very challenging, and they are unprecedented. Okay, so here is just as a review. Again, some of the things are a quick review from the presentation that we did and the discussion that we had with the board in the summer. But here's the governor's Restore Illinois plan. Currently, we are in phase 4, which allows schools to reopen under specific guidance from the Illinois Department of Public Health. face coverings and social distance are the norm, and those decisions are left up to local school boards to make. Okay, so here's Lake County School Decision, their dashboard that any of you can go to. Pat, I believe that Tom took this today, but you've been tracking metrics for the board and for us, Pat. Do you want to make some comments on metrics at this time?
No, I think again, this reflects the combined data for each of the two major zip codes in total in our district. The one thing I would point out is the interesting trend over the last week, and you can sort of see it towards the bottom of the page, this uptick in the 7-day rolling average positivity rate is actually driven by data from Vernon Hills. The Libertyville data is actually more stable. But the one comment I would make is that if you look at the Lake County Schools dashboard, there are 3 metrics that they show. One is the 7-day rolling average incidence rate. The second is the 7-day rolling average positivity rate. And the third is they look at hospitalizations. 2 of those 3 metrics today are actually showing virtual education is recommended. And that is, I believe it's the incident rate and the hospitalization rate. The third metric that they track is the testing turnaround time, which is still very stable at about 2 days. Frankly, somewhat inconsistent with some of the experiences I know that some of us have personally had. But it was interesting that this week the metrics did flip back to virtual, and we've seen that. They've flipped in and out of virtual, remote, virtual or hybrid, and so on and so forth. But this week they are back to virtual.
Okay, anything else on that, Pat?
Nope.
Okay. And like all school districts, we'll continue to track that data. But as the board and the community will remember, when we went through the discussion this summer, our metrics were actually pretty good then. And they've been stable up to the last, probably, Pat, you mentioned week or 2 weeks probably here in the county. And there were other compelling factors in the discussion that we had this summer, including our ability to social distance kids. So we want to acknowledge that metrics are part of the discussion, but they're certainly not the only part of the discussion. Okay, next slide. Okay, we just want to quickly review our operating decision-making philosophy that we reviewed with the board. Again, just you have to have a foundation on which we're trying to work off of. So decision-making will best ensure student, staff, and visitor safety, health, and well-being, knowing that any of the plans will likely be disrupted or revised as new information emerges. Decision-making will best follow CDC, Governor, ISPE, and IDPH opening options and related parameters and conditions. Decision-making application and implementation will best support the Daring mission statement, and decision-making will incorporate adaptability and flexibility to meet changing needs and requirements. Okay, so quick update on our opening process, and we've revised this a little bit based on kind of the last few weeks, but on Monday, September 14th, the board P&P committee meeting, superintendent and administration identified basic framework components for assessment and discussion for return to in-person learning. On Tuesday, September 9th, superintendents discussed the specific framework components and initial timeline for decision-making and implementation. Tonight, Monday, October 5th, at the special board meeting, District 128 board, district leadership team, building principals, buildings and grounds, and other district personnel will meet in a dedicated workshop, work group session to assess, to review status of, and to discuss each relevant framework component to inform decision-making. Administration will make recommendations. The board may vote on the administration recommendations. And on our initial communication to the public, we noted that we have a program and personnel meeting as well as a facilities and finance meeting on Monday, October 12th, and that if administration recommendations are not voted upon by the board tonight, the board may consider those recommendations again on October 12th. Okay, so here's our update tonight on the District 128 school reopening process. So the goals for tonight are to share eSchool survey results and corresponding recommendation. And we're going to do that, and then we'll do some additional follow-up with the board and community in more detail. Discuss a specific framework for a hybrid school opening. Discuss that in terms of relevant framework components, metrics we just touched on, diagnostic testing, contact tracing, health and safety, staffing, technology, scheduling possibilities, feeding students or not, lunch, impact bargaining, and liability. Discuss an initial implementation timeline along with a recommendation for a possible hybrid opening option, and then recommend a hybrid reopening model and implementation timeline, which the board may choose to vote on tonight. Okay, so next is health and safety precautions for in-person learning. And I'm going to turn it over to Dan Stanley at this point. Dan?
Yeah, thank you. So the health and safety precautions, a lot of these are things that we have been talking about for months now. And so really, we felt that this chart really summarized a lot of the work that we've done in order to be prepared on the health and safety side. So one of them is requiring the use of appropriate personal protective equipment, such as face coverings for everybody that's in the building. We've distributed those. At this point, we've got 8 reusable masks distributed to staff, or, as they come in, they'll get the rest of them, but they're all here. So we have those in place. We also have 2 face shields for everyone that would like one. Social distancing, or not social distancing, the class or the room limits. So prohibiting more than 50 people from gathering in one space. That's been a driving force behind a lot of our decisions and a lot of the conversations that we've been having to keep the room limit at 50. Social distancing be observed as much as possible. So this is the 6-foot distancing, and this is a big one, and this is a really important one. And even we've seen with just people coming in and just adults, right? We as people are naturally drawn to each other. We like to be together. We like to be closer to each other. And so it's pretty difficult to keep each other apart. We naturally draw to each other. And I think a lot of times it's easy to forget to keep yourself distance. And so that's something that, is a challenge with any amount of people in the building. And so that's something that's going to continue to be a challenge. If you're bringing in kids in, particularly like passing periods, we'll talk about lunch periods and stuff like that. So that's something that is there that we want to do as much as possible, but knowing that something like that is going to be difficult to guarantee at any time, at all times in the buildings. The symptom screenings and temperature checks, we have those checklists for people before they come in, and we have the temperature checks at the door. We have those systems, so if anybody has gone through our main entrances at either of the buildings, you will have walked through that. It's pretty straightforward process to help mitigate symptomatic people from getting into the building. And then the cleaning that we have in place with our cleaning service, having all that stuff in place. So that's just an overview of the health and safety precautions.
Hey, Dan,
can
I interrupt with a quick question on number 4, bullet point 4? Would that also include people self-certifying that they have not been exposed outside of school before they come into the building? Students don't have someone in their family that's been diagnosed, or teachers, would that be included in that?
I can't recall the exact checklist off the top of my head to know if that's in there, but that would certainly be something that we would want. That so the checklist is meant to be a daily checklist of symptoms that you have, but there should be, that overall guidance of, if you're not feeling well, you stay home. And, if you've had an exposure, that you should stay home, or at least contact the school to find out what their guidance would be.
The likelihood of so many people being asymptomatic, I just thought that was an important thing to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, one of the letters that we got asked the question about how good those scanners are if they're located near a door. If kids are coming in from cold weather, their skin is actually cooler because they've been outside and it's cold. So do we have any idea how accurate those measurements are?
I would say with any kind of mass screening system, you're going to have some variances. There was a specific intention on the exact placement of those so that they're not directly in front of a doorway. So you actually have to walk in for a period of time so that the outside weather doesn't impact. But that certainly could affect. So again, and I should remind everybody, not any one of these things is the magic thing to do to prevent or guarantee a prevention. All of these are steps meant to mitigate. So having the temperature check helps prevent symptomatic people. Will symptomatic or people with temperature still probably get in? Yes, it's impossible to guarantee that they won't. But yeah, so those they're positioned in a way to help mitigate the effect of weather.
Okay. All right, so next up in our presentation tonight is Dr. Colentus, the principal at Libertyville High School, and Tom, and as needed, assisted by John Gilliam, Rita, anyone else on the team will comment, but Tom's going to take the lead on this. We want to spend a few minutes reviewing the eSchool feedback summary at this point. So Tom, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Fantastic, thank you. And yes, as you know, as a board, over the last couple of weeks, we have administered what is called a panorama survey. Our district has partnered with a national company that has specialists who design surveys that give us very good feedback. And the feedback in particular that we are going to talk about tonight is feedback that we got from students and staff and our parent guardians on our eSchool model. And we had very good participation in this survey. So out of our student population, 50% of our students completed the survey. And it was nearly 50% from both high schools, Vernon Hills and Libertyville, and a very good distribution among current freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. So all grade levels represented and both schools represented very well. The same for our staff. 303 staff surveys were submitted back, completed, and that has strong representation both from Vernon Hills and Libertyville. And when you look at staff, we're talking about our certified staff, our classroom teachers, counselors, psychologists, administrators, but we're also talking about our education support personnel. So some of our office professionals, some of our teacher aides, our campus safety teams are all included in the staff data. And then parents, we had strong participation. 1,432 surveys were returned to us, approximately 826 from Libertyville as of 9 o'clock this morning when we closed the survey, and 509 from Vernon Hills. The survey was sent to all of our active households. So you could have one survey coming in from representing a household, or you could have two different parents taking a survey and sending it in to us. Just so you are reminded, when we talk about Panorama and we talk about this survey, we feel it gave us three areas of feedback that are particularly important. One is that we're using it for a real-time review of our eSchool model. So we're not waiting until the end of the semester or the end of the year to say, hey, how's eSchool going? We're getting a pulse check right now, 6 weeks into it, to identify the strengths of our model, and perhaps more importantly, to identify areas for improvement in the model. We are also using the survey. Tonight, you will see that the survey results have helped us as an administrative team consider elements that are important to build into the hybrid model that we may eventually choose to implement as a district. And just so you're aware, there is a wealth of data in this survey. We get a lot of information about stakeholder communication, how we're doing with that, about how we're doing with professional learning, about cultural awareness and equity and inclusion, and meeting student needs. We are not going to talk about all of that data tonight. It is just simply too much for this setting and our purpose tonight. but know that that data is available, and we can always bring it back and share and discuss at a board meeting in the future, as well as communicate it out to other stakeholder groups. Next slide, please, Brian. So we're going to start with a very quick overview of how our students responded to questions about eSchool. This slide is a compilation of 3 questions. And what you see here is that our students are reporting that they have good access to technology and that their technology is working for the most part in strong numbers for their classes, and that their classes, 98% of our students are reporting that their classes are synchronous and meeting via video chat. Next slide, Brian. In terms of the effort and the focus the students are reporting, and again, this is students reporting their self-reports. We're seeing the students are spending quite a bit or a great deal of effort in our eSchool classes. They are spending a significant portion of their time working in eSchool, and they are reporting that their work is challenging to them. And because it's spending a lot of time and because they're working hard and it's challenging work, some of them are reporting having difficulty staying focused on their schoolwork in this eSchool model. So that top left, you see some of the student reports about how easy or difficult it is for them to stay focused on the computer all day long. Next slide, please,
Tom, how
Brian.
different would that be, real quick, Tom, how different would that be normally? Like if we were in school face to face, if we had done this survey a year ago, not during eSchool, how would students have responded to how difficult they thought school was?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any like quantitative data to judge that.
No,
So
this would
I
be
just
conjecture.
Yeah, pure conjecture would be that if we go back, Bryant, real fast, pure conjecture would be that our results would be roughly the same. So you're speaking specifically to how challenging in the bottom left. And we see 46% of our kids saying somewhat challenging, 31% quite challenging, 6% saying extremely challenging. My pure conjecture on my part is that I believe our results would be would be very similar.
And the reason that I point that out is I'm looking at this through school teacher eyes. And I think that my students for years would have said that it was difficult, but that's what we do as teachers is we pose them with something that stretches them. So I don't find anything there that is surprising. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think more importantly, Mr. Carmichael, last spring, we would have seen significant, well, slightly challenging or not at all challenging, perhaps in a bit of a higher reporting. That's
I can
again,
just add,
conjecture.
if I can just add something there, maybe. I think anecdotally, one of the things, kind of the hallmarks of both of our schools is that students come back to school after have graduated and say to us, school was really difficult and challenging when I was there, but it set me up for great success as I move forward. And I think that resonates with probably almost every graduate we have to kind of make your point, Don. And I think the problem with last spring is that in general, and as I talked to my own daughter, she didn't find it very challenging. And so one of the really vast improvements that we've made this fall and the teachers have made in their preparation and delivery is that they've ramped back up the challenge to what it is that we're doing in an eSchool format. So I agree with Tom that I think this information runs pretty parallel to what we would have heard students saying back when we were in 100% in-person education.
Next slide, Brian.
Hey, Tom, stay on this one for me. I'm trying to understand that top left slide, the difficult. You made a statement because of how much work they were doing or something regarding the bottom slide that are related to the top slide. I don't know. How do you make that correlation for me? And again, I have to apologize. We didn't get these slides, so I'm going to be given questions flying by the seat of my pants on this one. But when I first saw the top left slide, that told me spending a lot of time on the screen is troublesome. That was my first reaction, and your reaction was a little bit different. So help me bridge that.
No, actually, I agree with you, Kevin. And that is, as you know, obviously, you have the raw data and then kind of make your analysis based on what it's telling you. So what I intended to communicate was because the kids are working, they're putting a ton of effort into their work. They're spending a large part of, you see the kids reporting spending quite a bit or almost the entire day. So that's, 80% of our kids saying they're spending quite a bit, if not almost the entire day on eSchool, and that the work is very challenging. That what we're also seeing though is kids reporting that it is difficult for them to focus on their work. And my conjecture was that that's because a lot of it is being done via the computer screen.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Bryant, next slide. So this slide is the students telling us this work is hard, this work is challenging, but how much support am I getting? And the students are reporting that teachers have been very helpful in this e-learning model. They are reporting to us, about 75% of our students are reporting that they have the resources they need, but 25% are saying that they need a little extra help. And then you see that approximately 75% of our students are reporting at least one individual interaction per week with their teachers through eSchool, with many more reporting more than that. Okay.
Hey, Tom, can I jump in here
Yep.
too? So 50% of the kids respond and so 50% don't. Do you have any way of knowing, like, the 50% that responded are the ones that are, doing better? Or I just, how do you know if it's kind of across the board in terms of like this, is there any way to measure that?
On this particular survey, Ms. Lundstedt, no, I can't break it down to an individual child because this is an anonymous survey. However, we can disaggregate the data by subgroups and see students who have an IEP, students who are English language learners, students who qualify for free lunch. We can see large kind of aggregations based on those subpopulations, but I can't trace it to, a student grade point average or things like that.
So does anything pop out as far as who responded and who didn't? I mean, we got one letter from someone who said their child said they didn't get the survey, which, I don't know. But is there, do you have any feedback on why the 50% didn't? I mean, it's probably a great rate to get 50%. But
yeah, we're actually pretty excited about that. Whenever we give surveys, that's a really strong rate of return for us in any of the surveys or kind of mining student information that we do. The way to get a higher feedback would be for us to mandate that students do this as part of a class, which takes class time away, but would then get us a higher rate of participation. So, but basically across the board, I think Ms. Gorley, if she's out there listening, our AP stats teacher, would say that this number allows us to say that we have a representative sample of all three stakeholder groups. Next slide, please, Brian. So within there, we saw those results, but this is important for you as a board to understand and something that is driving our work as a school. Among our staff, we see that only 64% of our staff is satisfied with the way learning is structured right now. And we see that only 46% of our families, which are our parents and guardians, are satisfied with the way that learning is structured right now. So that is areas where we see a potential growth. And we would like, ideally, for our satisfaction rates among our parents and our staff to be higher. I would report the student data, but there isn't a commensurate student question on the survey. Next slide, Brian. Now, we think part of the reason that families are not at greater satisfaction is when you look at how much time families are reporting they would like to be spending in-person learning. So up in the upper left, 67% of our students responded that they would like to be learning more in school and less time learning at home. When you look at the bottom left, that's the family response, 59% of our families reported that they think their child should be spending more time learning in person than at home. And when you look at our staff, you see about 48% of our staff says that our eSchool model with the bringing in of the small groups like we are is about the right amount of time, with our staff then after that being divided. 28% saying they believe their kids should be here less, and about 24% of our staff saying students should be here more. When we go and look at this, some of the concerns that are being voiced in the data is about student academic growth. So for our staff, we see approximately about 42% or so of our staff is concerned about student academic growth. So most of our staff feel pretty strongly that our students' academic growth is in good shape, but our families feel differently, with a higher rate of parents reporting concern about their child's academic growth. And our students, the question was phrased to them, how sure are you that you can do well in school right now? And you see our students are largely confident that they can perform well, but they're still concerned by students that this model will allow them to do their best. Where we get a bigger report of concern is the next slide, in student social emotional issues. So staff, about 70% of our staff was concerned about student social emotional health. And we have this question for parents, and that is on the right-hand side. And we see that our parents are reporting concerns as well in large numbers about their students' social emotional well-being. There wasn't a commensurate question for students for me to report out, so it's not that I'm holding back the student data, but for the parents and the staff, this question was asked of both. And our staff was actually the most concerned about students' social emotional issues. Next slide. So we also took some time to ask some specific questions about our eSchool schedule. One of them was asking about the block days. So if you recall, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday are block schedules, 75-minute periods. The students and staff largely love the block days and report that they're very positive and meet their needs. Parents also largely support the block day, but with a little bit more in the middle, kind of being neutral about it. When we go to the 8-period day, however, you'll see a change. Students and staff largely dislike the 8-period day. So this is Wednesday, when kids and staff have to do all 8 periods for 45 minutes each. I think dislike is maybe a soft word compared to, there'd be some harsher words that I could use, but it's not popular with staff and students. Families also tend to believe that it's not as good, but there's certainly a little bit more of a balance among what the parents reported. So when we take all of this, what are some of the themes that popped out to us in the data? On the left-hand side, what's going well? At the beginning of the year in July, Dr. Leap said to you as a board, it is our goal with eSchool to make sure that we build and provide one of the best eSchool models anywhere in the country. So our hallmarks for that was, do students have the technology? Is our model rigorous and challenging? Are students and staff meeting synchronously and feeling engaged and supported in this work? And the data clearly shows that our eSchool model is doing all of those things. And an additional theme that popped out of that was that the block day is strongly supported, especially by the students and staff who live the eSchool model every day, as a design that they like. When we look at opportunities for improvement, however, District 128 is always trying to improve our work. We see that 59% of our parents and 67% of our students definitely are seeking more time for in-person learning. That comes through loud and clear in the data. 62% of our parents and 42% of our staff were concerned about student academic growth. 70% of staff, 62% of parents concerned about student social emotional issues. 64% of staff and 46% of parents are quite or extremely satisfied with our current model, but that leaves another percentage, of course, that are either somewhat satisfied or less satisfied with what we're doing. And then we saw pretty consistent that students and staff strongly opposed the 8-period Wednesday schedule. Okay.
Tom.
Yes.
I'm trying, and again, we don't have a slide, so I'm trying to tie back your numbers though. It seemed to me the staff was more concerned about student academic growth than 42%. I thought that number was significantly higher than 42, in fact.
It is if you wrap in the middle, that's the highest two, which is the quite concerned or significant concerned. That doesn't account for the middle one that I
Somewhat.
don't remember how it was phrased, but those are the top two numbers reported.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because again, I shouldn't say happy, but I thought that it really showed that staff was kind of concerned with what's going on with the, as hard as they're working, because I think we all know everybody's working pretty hard. I think they're concerned they're not seeing the academic growth.
Yeah. For
And
your
I think
record, 29% of staff reported somewhat concerned
Okay.
with that. And if we added the parent response, that would be another 21%.
Okay. And then the other one, okay. So those numbers, so those are because it's kind of, because it's opportunities for improvement, but then it said, I remember those numbers higher. Okay. The second question I had was the 46% of parents report being quiet or extremely satisfied with their current model. You want to say that one again? Because that's important. That's an important data point. So what is that again? That's the one I'm trying to tie back to.
Yes. So, Bryant, if you want to go back to that slide, it's slide 14. So the way Panorama, this comes directly from them. There's a question that is phrased along the lines of how satisfied are you with the way learning is structured for your child or for our students right now? So we see the data here on this. So I just, to be consistent, only reported the top two in the aggregate. So for the staff, you see 46% and 18%. And for the families, you see 31% and 15%. And then you see 25% of our parents reporting being somewhat satisfied, 28% of our staff being somewhat satisfied. But I don't have, obviously what somewhat is. So that you can interpret that obviously in a number of different ways.
Okay.
Obviously our goal, we always shoot for 100% satisfaction. And so, I would think in general though, this is data that for you as a board gives you a sense of the pulse of the community outside of some of the different letters that we are receiving. Bryant, if we would go back to slide number 20, please. So again, there's a lot of data in here that gives us tremendous information that we can look at. But Dr. Fisher is now going to talk about some of the immediate adjustments that we as an administration are recommending to our eSchool model based on our review of this data.
Thank you, Tom. As Dr. Clemens has mentioned, the survey was designed to tell us about our eSchool model and to suggest changes that we could make immediately to meet the needs of our students and community, so and our staff. So what you see is our current eSchool schedule on the screen. It's been redesigned to really focus on the time of day and the periods that are meeting in the orange and blue days during that time of day. And what you'll see is a new name for what happens on Wednesdays. It is our recommendation based on the anecdotal information that we heard even prior to administering the survey from students, from staff members about Wednesday fatigue with the 8-period fully synchronous at the start of every period Wednesday schedule. So we are recommending that Wednesdays become teacher-directed days. And on those days, it would allow teachers the opportunity to continue to meet with individual students, with small groups of students on an 8-period schedule so that the meetings would not conflict with other courses, but it would not require them to begin the class at the start of every period, to have a synchronous check-in right at the beginning, but rather to pre-arrange those meetings that they would have with students and give students what we're hearing from them is a much needed break in their screen time on Wednesdays. So we believe that that change to Wednesday would really enhance our eSchool schedule. It still provides the same number of instructional minutes per week, but really structures them in a way where teachers are focusing on their work with students in ways that they can still do now. That time of a class meeting has always been left to teacher discretion, and we see how well they're using that time in our current e-school schedule. We just want to make that time a little bit more flexible on Wednesdays to allow for to address, the feedback we're hearing about the real fatigue of an 8-period fully synchronous Wednesday.
I'm sorry.
Does that
Rita,
mean that there's a
Dr.
loss of
Fisher?
45 minutes?
No.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I'm sorry, Dawn, go ahead.
So is there a 45-minute loss of instruction time every week then? Or when you say teacher directed, does that mean the teachers are providing some asynchronous thing, but then they're also using that time to get together with small groups that might need remedial help or a little extra time?
Yes, we're maintaining that 45-minute schedule on Wednesdays for each class so that teachers are able to schedule meetings with their students. They could schedule a whole class meeting if needed on any given Wednesday. They could target small groups of students for interventions, and all of the students in the class would be working on whatever the teacher had assigned to progress instruction for that day. So that is a dedicated 45 minutes. We've not changed that. We're just changing the requirement that that synchronous meeting begin at the start of every class, as it does on every other day in the block schedule. The other recommendation that we're making is over the summer, as you know, those of you who spent time on work groups, we spent hours kind of talking about how to best structure eSchool. And we agreed at that time that we would provide teaching teams with the opportunity to redefine how they would administer final exams during the first semester. And that was embraced by our teaching teams. They did a lot of work to discuss what would be the best way to conclude semester 1. And we also said at that time that we would leave the decision for semester 2 until some future date. Given our period of eSchool now and uncertainty about the future, whether we were to be able to move into a hybrid setting at some point, we think it's advisable now to just include in any updated guidance the recommendation that we do the same thing with semester 2 finals as we are doing with semester 1 to give our teaching teams plenty of advance notice on that change. So that's our most immediate response to the survey data in terms of keeping our eSchool model vibrant for future application as we continue in eSchool and look to recommendations for how eventually a hybrid model might look. I'm going to turn this over, if there aren't any questions about these two recommendations, to Dr. John Gilliam to talk about the changes that we've discussed in terms of a hybrid model.
Dr. I did have a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did too. So
I'm not clear if a teacher decides that they will have asynchronous learning on Wednesday. Will students be required to check in at the beginning of the class period?
That is the change that we're recommending for the teacher-directed day. We're removing that check-in at the beginning of the class period. We're leaving that discretion fully to teachers to determine whether there will be a check-in at some point during the class, what time that will occur, and what all of the students will be doing on Wednesday. They will communicate that with students according to this plan through Google Classroom or in their previous day's lesson with students. So Wednesday could be asynchronous. It could involve meetings with small groups of students or individual students, but it will not require a check-in at the very start of the period. That's the fatigue that we're trying to eliminate that we've heard about on Wednesdays, is that quickly checking in at the beginning of every class period after a 5-minute passing period. That may be required by some teachers, but it may not be required in every single period that students are attending on every single Wednesday.
So Rita, to say it differently, that Wednesday day could involve periods which span the spectrum of anything from a fully synchronous period. If the teacher, for example, might feel they're behind in what they need to be doing, they could spend their entire second hour from 9:35 to 10:20 in a structured format. Or it could be that any given teacher could decide that it's a fully asynchronous period. right? So it's really at the discretion of the teacher, depending on the needs of the class and the students.
That's exactly right. And the assumption is that will provide some variance in student schedules on Wednesdays from what it presently is.
Are we taking attendance on that day?
The attendance would be with a Google form that students would complete, as we've done on days, for example, the SAT day, that was an asynchronous date. So rather than attendance in person during every 8-period class, that will be a Google form that students will complete.
Okay. Kevin, did you have a question you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I did. And again, I guess I misunderstood what we were trying to do on Wednesday. I thought we were trying to challenge our exceptional staff to make Wednesday a different type of learning day, meaning that it would not be so much screen centric, but it would be where they may check in for a few minutes with the kids, make sure everything's going well from the lesson on Monday or Tuesday, try to reinforce that lesson, perhaps do it during other methodologies, but just kind of, instead of trying to cram, at least the feedback that I thought I received was it seemed that the teachers are trying to cram in the block schedule information in Wednesday, meaning an hour and 15 minutes of information into a 45-minute class period, of which then they got to log in and log out. And it just became too chaotic. So,
But this allows exactly what you said in the beginning of your statement, I think.
Yes, the intent of this change is to provide teachers with greater discretion than they have now in terms of working with individual students, providing targeted support to small groups. They're not required to have the synchronous check-in at the start of every meeting. They could conduct a full class lesson, as we talked about earlier. They could choose to do that on occasion, but they could also choose to work to support individual students or small groups of students to progress in their learning.
yeah, but if you choose to support the small group of students and you're leaving a majority of students out that day, and so I guess this goes back to Don's fundamental question of does this count as instructional time? I guess I don't know if I see it. I thought the concern, again, I could be 100% wrong, but I thought the concern was that teachers are trying to teach so much information in that small period of time with only 5 minutes of break between each of the sections. The kids just kind of tapped out and said, I just can't do it because my teacher's giving me so much information. So I thought we were going to push back on the teacher and say, not for a small group and not for office hours and things like that, but just say, okay, you need to be on the hook each period. And I think that's been established that that's still true. But you also need to be able to communicate some type of an additional lesson so we don't lose out on that key instructional date. And I don't know if I'm hearing that.
There will be a lesson communicated that day. It may not be entirely synchronous, but students will be progressing in their learning either in a synchronous format or in a format that the teacher has directed students to do independent research or collaboration or some other activity other than just fully teacher-directed learning on that date. That's the discretion that they've always had to use their class periods in that varied way. But
And I think just to piggyback on that, I think those things can be an and, right? Like we can move our class forward. It can be an instructional day. We can move the curriculum forward, and we can have synchronous small group meetings with a group of kids that might be struggling on a certain skill or a certain comprehension point. So I think to your point, we are trying to encourage our staff to be creative in the way that they approach these Wednesdays. Think outside the box. It's not a day off. It's not a planning day. It's not a PLC day. They have PLC meetings before the day starts. It is a day of instruction, but it is no longer that kind of boxed in 45-minute synchronous period where you waste the first 10 minutes trying to get everybody synchronized, take the attendance, so on and so forth. Teachers are doing things a little bit more creatively than that.
Yeah, great. Well said, John. That alleviates some concerns. Thanks much.
Any other questions on this? So before we move from this, we've made a couple of recommendations here. And the board doesn't need to vote on those, but I'd like to have your consensus on those if we can move forward with those, and then we can communicate those out to staff and parents and students. So to review, first recommendation replace fully synchronous Wednesdays with teacher-directed days, as Rita and John have described. And the second one would be adding second semester no final exams. That does not preclude a teacher from giving a final if they so choose to do that.
Yeah,
And
again,
those would be our two recommendations.
It removes a requirement for a final exam, but it doesn't mean you won't have a final exam.
Correct. Correct. The teacher can use a culminating project. They can do a number of things with that, which would be consistent with first semester.
Yep.
So again, you don't need to vote on this, but we would obviously like to, have your consensus on this before we move forward to the next part of the presentation.
Any discussion of that by anybody?
I'm fine with both recommendations.
Okay, me too.
I'm fine with both recommendations. I've heard a lot from the community about the Wednesday challenges, and I think this goes a long way to address those. So,
Yeah, I would agree. I think, if you read through the asterisks and telling about the Wednesdays, as long as it's still moving learning forward and giving a break from that intensive, rapidly changing class periods, I think I also think this is what Rita proposed at the beginning and kind of got moved away from it by all of us, right? So kind of back to what she was recommending, right?
Sometimes you have to experiment a little bit to land on what really works best for students and teachers. So,
Jim, how about you?
I'm good. We're all learning as we go. So
yeah,
adjustments and keep things, progressing forward.
Okay. I can't see all of you on my screen, so I'm just calling you by really recall right now. Kevin?
I think we got Kevin. I think it's Lisa, right?
Okay, Kevin, you good?
Kevin,
with both of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, the no finals, no issue with the no finals. Like that's good. I'm gonna obviously use the two test subjects that live with me to continue to evaluate Wednesdays. So I think that's fine. I think we always need to pivot, and we certainly can continue to try to make things better. So.
And Lisa, right?
Yep, agreed.
Okay. All right. So we're good. Okay. All right. So, but Pat, I think you wanted to say something before we transition.
So before we transition to the proposed hybrid format, during the meeting, we did get a response from one resident who did not have their email written. So, and they've asked us to read this response. So I'm going to do that. This is from Kelly Williams. She says, "Good evening. I'm listening to your meeting and I'm furious. You clearly did not read all the letters and specifically chose the ones you read. Kevin Huber is beyond amazing and listens to the community. Thank you, Kevin. I'm a teacher and currently teaching in a hybrid situation. 5 weeks in and it's working. We take temperatures daily. Any symptom, you're sent home. 6 feet of distance between desks, masks are worn. You could figure this out, but fail to listen to the community or plan. You should be thinking about the kids. At this point, you are not. We used to be a leader in education. I went to LHS myself and moved back here so my kids could have the same amazing education. At this point, I feel you're failing the kids. Of course, every one of my son's teachers have been exceptional. I couldn't ask for a better group of teachers, but the administration is failing the community." And then it says, again, this can be read, signed a frustrated parent, Kelly Williams. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure we get that in the record. Since we are not selecting emails, I apologize if there were some that didn't get read. There was one that we read in. Okay, we can move on.
Okay, Pat, and the board, thank you. Brian, if you want to go to the next slide. So we're going to spend the balance of the meeting talking about hybrid school, reopening in-person and e-school. And we're going to turn it over to John Gilliam at this point. John?
Thanks, Prentice. Like Prentice said, we will spend the next few minutes talking about a model of a hybrid instruction for District 128 as we were charged with last Monday and asked to come back tonight with kind of our best proposal for a hybrid schedule if of course, the board chooses to head in that direction. So we've spent considerable time looking at the models that we had developed over the summer, tweaking some of those, playing with some other models, but probably most importantly, looking at the feedback from students, staff, and parents to come up with what we believe is the best proposal for, again, a decision to move to a hybrid either now or in the future. I want to just highlight some of the features that you'll see in this model. And it is parallel to much of the feedback and experiences that we've had over the last few weeks here. So first and foremost at the top, we've heard over and over again from people in the community and even staff and students that we want to allow some choice for our students. So this model does allow choice for those who wish to remain in complete e-school and for those who decide to take advantage of an in-school option. As Dr. Calent has reported, the e-school block schedule is something that has been vastly well received. And I think in terms of a way to facilitate instruction in a virtual realm, the block is by far the best way to do it. This hybrid, of course, when we talk about hybrid, we mean partly in person and partly remote. So if we are to be partly remote, the block schedule still remains the best way to facilitate that instruction. We, of course, have health on the forefront of our mind. And as we looked at many of these hybrid options, the thing that really caused us most alarm was what to do with large groups of students at one time. So we're talking about instructional classes like PE, physical welfare, some of our music classes where we have large numbers of students, but even more so lunch. As we talked in the summer, you'll recall that lunch was something that caused quite a bit of alarm because we're talking about hundreds of students at one time eating lunch. If we move to an 8-period hybrid schedule, well, those lunch periods are spread out over the lunch periods, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? But if you move to a hybrid schedule, each student has lunch at the same time, right there in the middle of the day, as you recall. So by creating a hybrid schedule, we run the risk of having large group in-person lunch periods. So you'll see in the proposal that we'll make here tonight that we've eliminated that risk by increasing the amount of student travel, and you'll see that here in a second. We just spent some time talking about the number of contact minutes between some of these programs, some of these models. Our current e-school model right now has 195 instructional minutes. That's the one that we really just looked at. A regular 8-period day that we've operated for the last decades has 225 minutes. The hybrid schedule that we'll propose here tonight has 205. So you'll actually see an increase in the number of minutes compared to our current e-school model. And that's a simple 5-minute addition to each of the blocks. I'll show you that here in a second. Office hours were something that were highly favorable, both for students, staff, and parents for that matter. So this model retains that same office hours. We also will highlight, though, in this model, you'll see that office hours can also be before and after school. In the model that we'll present here, like I said, there's some time built in for travel, which may exclude some students or make it difficult, at least, for some students to set up office hours in that middle chunk of time, that office hours and lunch break. So we want to make sure that people understand that office hours can be before and after school. Students can contact teachers, set up appointments before and after school. Just briefly before you see the model, what we're going to do then is divide our in-person students into 2 groups. So often called a 50% model, but make sure you understand that it's not truly a 50% model, because if 20% of our students choose to remain fully remote, then only 80% are choosing to come in the hybrid. We'll cut that into 2 even groups, so it's really a 40-40 model, right? So we're taking the number of students who wish to be in person, dividing it by 2. The percentage depends on how many students have opted out of the in-person instruction. We will alternate morning and afternoon attendance and dates. You'll see that here in a second. Important to know that remote learners, so those that choose to stay home permanently, or those students who are on the remote day, they're not in person that day or that afternoon, they're connected to teachers and in-person learners via live stream. All right, so the plan here is, instead of having distance learners separate from the courses and the classrooms that have in-person and hybrid students, they will all be connected together via live stream of the in-person instruction. And then
John,
finally,
can I ask a question right there?
Sure, Karen.
So my first question is, even though it's 50%, but maybe actually 40% of the students in the building at the time, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to measure out into each classroom, right? I mean, some classrooms may unfortunately end up with almost all their kids in it. Or some, it's not, the ratio isn't going to be half kids in your class are there, right?
Yeah, I understand your question. It's not a simple science just to say half of the students, right? So many schools are choosing just to go with a straight alphabetical breakdown. So in any one teacher's roster, you go A through K and L through Z, right? We actually have access to a software program that actually uses more analytics than just simply a alpha breakdown. So it's actually looking at student schedules and creating a matrix of students that best fits, you know, our model. So in other words, you might have a student who is, you know, Anderson and another that is Brown, and they're not in the same day, right? Because the computer program has considered what's the best fit in terms of breaking down, you know, all classrooms in an attempt to not make that kind of skewed population like you mentioned. Again, it won't be perfect. We'll make sure that, of course, students in the same family, same household are following the exact same hybrid block or group. But again, it won't be a simple breakdown. So to answer your point, does that make sense?
Yes, that's great. Wow, that's neat that that's available. I had one more question on this bullet point, and that is just as I've been thinking through all this, you know, over these weeks, and especially in this last week, just to be clear, the teachers will now be wearing masks. So the remote learners will be watching a live stream of the teacher with a mask on.
This is true. So
I just want to make sure people are visioning like this is how it's going to be out of necessity. And so don't be surprised by the fact that if you are at home, just that's all. Okay, thanks.
Yep, that's a true statement.
And then
Teachers,
John,
yep.
I have a couple questions. Maybe you're going to address this later, but when you're doing it live streaming, what technology are we using to allow the teacher to move freely, or is the teacher just going to be sitting behind his computer?
That's a good question. So
when I teach, I'm all over the place.
Yeah, me too. At least my hands are. But so the district has access to several, a sizable amount of swivel cameras, and those are the ones that would follow an energetic Don Carmichael around the room. We don't have one of those for every teacher. As a matter of fact, we probably don't even have one for a majority of our teachers. What we do have and what we will have access to is a tripoded or webcam that either sits on a desktop screen, much like maybe some of us are using right now, or a tripod. And so it is a static, a still camera looking at the teacher. So the teacher can certainly adjust that as he or she moves. If I'm moving to the board, it is adjusted and follows me. But that technology of the swivel that automatically follows the teacher won't be available for every classroom. But as supplies increase, we'll have more and more of those as time goes by. Those have been, of course, difficult to come by. Like I said, those will increase as time goes by.
We already have a plan to make that available. Like
Yeah,
that's already in the pipeline. We just can't get them right now.
Sure. Mick, do you want to comment on that?
I'd be happy to. I mean, Don, I'll tell you right now, we've got a 30-foot umbilical on our webcams. We're already streaming live about 1/3 of our classrooms every single day. It's working perfectly. I mean, you're capturing just wall to wall with a static camera. So, you know, I think that tracking is a little overrated because it does create some like motion dilemmas for the viewer, but ultimately, I think that whether, you know, right now our static solution, because it's plug and play, there's no associated software that a teacher would need to, you know, use. It's a lot easier and it's working great. I mean, ultimately we got 1080p video and it's serving us very, very well. So like I said, we're already doing this right now in about 1/3 of our classrooms. And it's capturing from, you know, one side of the room to the other. Teachers are going to be in the front of the room. So yeah, we do have our swivels ready for like science, Don, you know, in particular where, you know, I think the experiments and they're going to be on different parts of the room are necessary. But right now, like I said, the static webcams that we got right now are really working well, set up on tripods with a 30-foot cord attaching them to their desktops and their laptops.
Hey, Mick, what about audio? Are they mic'd or is the audio?
These webcams have 2 built-in mics, and teachers also have the option for headsets. You know, we've got 250 headsets with boom mics, some of them that are wired, some of them that are Bluetooth, depending on the teacher, depending on what they're doing. But yeah, we certainly are addressing audio support, particularly now if we consider them, you know, having to speak over a face mask.
Sure.
And then I would imagine that the training curve is actually not very steep. It would not take long for teachers to get used to this, but
Hey, Don,
for all of the implementation, I guess
Right.
we're going to talk about training at some point.
Yeah,
The
Don, we're going to give you a time. We're going to recommend implementation timeline.
Great,
The back
thank
part.
you.
The 2/3 of the teachers that are teaching at home right now are using the exact same equipment that we would have equipped in classrooms for live streaming purposes. So they're already acclimated to it, already accustomed to setup configuration, you know, just all of the things necessary to get that going. So.
Hey, Mick, how are the kids at home? Again, we've seen a huge advance in technology. If you watch anything, any sporting event, they have live fans who interact. You watch a talk show, you have the talk show hosts who interact with the screen. What type of technology do we have in place so the kids who are at home are going to be able to interact? And how do we make sure they have the same educational delivery system?
Kevin, I can tell you 6 years ago, the best decision we ever made was to buy a tactile computing Chromebook, you know, so that kids have that tactile surface so that they can interact with content. You know, from my dashboard and what I'm seeing every single day, you know, students and teachers are using over 700 different Chrome resources. And so there are just a variety of different tools and resources teachers using every day to interact directly with kids. So they're not just sitting at a screen. In a lot of cases, it's like what they're using an iPad for. So, you know, again, the Chromebooks that we chose specifically that have the tactile computing capacity is allowing and engaging these kids through, you know, interaction. So that's happening. And again, from my dashboard, you know, I'm seeing that every single day. Lots of Chrome resources being used.
I do think it is a significant challenge, however, for the classroom teacher. Right now, Mick is correct that we have a lot of teachers who are doing this, but what they don't have, other than our special service teachers and some of our other classes that we're bringing back, we're still, it's new to work with the remote learner at home and then students in front of you. And so it is going to be a challenge for staff to try to manage both groups of students simultaneously. And as Mick said, our technology is good for that, and there are techniques and strategies that teachers can certainly learn to utilize, but that is not something that many of our staff are accustomed to. And putting myself in a classroom, that would be a challenge and something that I would be concerned about.
I would think also just this breaking people into groups would be a challenge, because you'd have those at home, and then for the ones that are actually in person, you know, it just, we all can imagine that would be.
And you can't really do groups with the kids who are in person.
Yeah. So that's a long time to be in class. I mean, you know, but the block schedule, this sounds like great, you know, to just have them go in the morning and then you don't have to worry about lunch. However, they are going to be in class for a significant amount of time. If you don't have the ability to break out and to do other things, I suppose you do, it's just not in groups.
Yeah, you do, right. It's there, some can be in groups, some maybe not. I think as we talk to teachers who are practicing it right now, and again, that's, you know, that's our students with special needs, some of those courses, and then some of the elective courses that we brought in, that's the challenge for the teachers right now, is how do I make it engaging for both groups of kids? When the kid's in person, I'm used to that as an instructor, I'm used to that in person, but when I have my energies dedicated there, how is it that I can keep those other kids engaged and learning in a meaningful way? So that's the challenge for sure.
So would the kids that are live in the classroom be able to interact with the kids that are at home? Like in a small group?
Yes. Yes.
So what that means then is that kid that's sitting in the classroom has got his Chromebook out and is essentially doing the same thing that the kid is doing at home, except now he's just in a classroom with a Chromebook.
Correct.
So the total number of hours that a kid is in front of a Chromebook is not going to appreciably change.
Correct.
Right. If they do it that way, right.
Well, I mean, I think it is going to change, because I'm going to be looking at the teacher as opposed to looking at the Chromebook when he's speaking. So it changes significantly depending on how long the teacher teaches. You're right, for the small breakouts and things of that nature, absolutely. Correct. But I mean, again, if I'm sitting in the classroom, I'm looking at the teacher.
Right.
Plus, you can have your Chromebook closed until it's time for group and then enter it, I suppose, right? I mean,
I'm just saying that the way I teach, I would have to change the way I teach and go back to doing like lecture formats. But the way teachers are teaching today, it's a small piece of instruction where the teacher is the focus. And then it goes to group work where the kids are talking to each other. And then you bring it back and then you go forward. So what I'm saying is it's very likely that there will be a significant amount of time spent continuing to be on your Chromebook, even while you're in class.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Jim.
All right. Just checking. So I have it's sort of a two-part question or assumption that I'm making based on what I'm hearing. I just want to hear some feedback on it. And one is the students in the classroom are connecting, as Don indicates, through their Chromebook to the material, to what's going on in the classroom, in order to be able to see the other students that are at home, and for the students at home to be able to see the students in the classroom. And the second part of this is the pedagogy then sort of defaults in many cases back to the e-learning pedagogy, because for fear of leaving the home group out, or for fear of leaving the in-person group out. So you sort of have to bring it back to a baseline, if you will, to a certain extent, in order to keep both groups of kids engaged in a similar fashion. So that requires the students to be on their Chromebook, whether they can look up and watch the teacher live or look down and watch their classmates live. It's still on the Chromebook. So there's an additional question I have there, and that is, when you have X number of students plus the teacher streaming in every classroom in the building, you know, Mick, I guess this question for you, are you at all concerned with bandwidth and or addressing that in any way with all the devices live streaming at once?
No, I can honestly tell you we're not concerned about, hitting a ceiling. We really have done just great work in the last several years, just ramping up the amount of available bandwidth, within the building. So no, that is absolutely not a concern. I mean, Zoom does just not create a tremendous upload of information and data. So we're going to be fine.
I think that the one other example that we haven't addressed that will occur is when you have a teacher that is remote. So we have a teacher who has personal medical issues or other issues that keep them from being in person. Perhaps they're in quarantine, or you can imagine the reasons, and therefore is teaching from home. Either that or we get a substitute. But I think we would all agree that we would rather have our District 128 teacher teaching the assignment or the lesson. So we'll have a teacher who is at home or remote someplace. And those students who are at home are experiencing a very e-school feel. Those students who that period, that day, that block are in school are now sitting with masked students with their Chromebook open, experiencing e-school in a collective way, as opposed to, the teacher being in person. So that will happen. At this point, we don't know how often and with how many teachers, but that is certainly one of the scenarios that will play out.
Hey, John, two questions.
Yep.
So first question, and this is probably more of a question to Prentice and maybe Dan, whoever's in charge of safety. We are going to require teachers to wear a mask because, again, there could be face shields. Right. You see the NFL coaches. We got the guy in Kansas City, Andy Reid, who doesn't care if he looks like a dork. He puts his face shield on, right? So he can speak. Then you got some of the other coaches who use their mask and things like that. Are we 100% requiring teachers to use a mask, or are we giving them the option to have a face shield and then obviously wear a mask in the hall or wherever it needs to be worn when they're not teaching?
Dan, go ahead.
Yes, we're requiring masks by everyone at all times.
Yeah, because Kevin, my understanding of the data is a face shield is not an adequate
Right.
protector.
It's ISBE. We cannot wear a face shield. That doesn't qualify. So per the ISBE and the IDPH, we must wear a mask. It must cover nose. It must cover mouth. So it would be very similar to this look, and that is for everybody who is in the building at all times, principal included, except when I'm here in my office alone.
Face shield, if you want to wear a face shield in addition to that, that's allowed.
Yes.
Correct.
Yep, but a mask is
in place of a mask.
Right.
Okay, so that again, that answers one question. So now the second question, John, you kind of talked about the teacher who's going to be teaching remotely. Kids are going to be in the building for their period of time. Are we going to let those kids, if they so choose, not sit in the classroom for that period of time and go home and learn from that teacher remotely? I mean, I don't see how we can do that. Seniors can drive home, I guess, if it's the last period of the day. What type of flexibility are we going to instill? And are parents going to know if their kid's teacher is going to be teaching remotely or in the building? Because that could obviously impact. If we have 50 teachers who are going to be teaching remotely, and I found out that my kids' teachers, 75% are going to be teaching remotely, that would potentially sway my potential decision for the educational aspect of returning to school, not the socio, not the emotional, but for that piece of the equation. So we're not going to know that information, I don't think.
We won't know that information prior to asking for a decision on whether they want to go in person or hybrid. I think to answer your question, on a day-to-day basis, so a teacher calls in sick, a teacher is experiencing symptoms, a teacher has a sick child of his or her own and needs to stay home. Well, we're not going to get that out to students. Students are going to show up, they're going to go to the classroom, and they're going to need to participate in a setting where there's an aide or a substitute as the adult in the room, but the teacher is virtual. Now, you have a teacher who needs to be quarantined for 14 days and isn't going to be there for 14 days. we're going to be flexible with families that say, I'm not going to bring my child in for that one period. I've got lunch in that one period. I'm not going to bring my child in to sit in a room with others and watch eSchool.
Right.
So we'll have that kind of flexibility, and I don't see us being afraid to use that in those situations.
I think we just have to be, we have to have an accountability model for that. But as John has described, and I think I've, talked to the board about before, if we have a staff member that is medically excused not to be in school, I might be a student and I might have my first period math class with my algebra teacher. My second period English teacher may be teaching from home because they're medically excused. And my third period science teacher, is at school, is not medically. So, there's my mix of the day. But to John's point, once we get rolling, we'll be able to determine where those spots are at. Does that help, Kevin?
Yeah, no, that's great. I think I was more concerned. I appreciate John's explanation. I was kind of more concerned with the teachers who are not going to be returning just because of for their own safety or the safety of the family members, and how we're going to address those kids who will not be. I know we'll have a TA or teaching assistant in the classroom,
Yep.
But some of the kids who are questionable about returning, that may say, you know what, I'm just going to stay home.
Yeah, for sure.
Are we concerned about where we're going to get enough? We don't have a lot of extra staff hanging around, and I'm concerned about the availability of subs. Can someone address that issue?
Well,
so remember, one thing to remember is that if a teacher's out but able to teach, they could still do that.
Correct.
Right, but we're going to need to have someone in the classroom.
Well, to that,
Have a classroom of kids without someone in it.
That's a great point. It's actually another great question from all of you. And that is, if the decision is to bring kids back in some greater numbers, we're going to have to scale up the number of employees we have. We have almost 40 people that, we reduce their hours or they're on furlough right now. But as we bring more kids into the building, we're going to have a greater need, to bring, a number of those people back. And a number of those people would be able to fill those spots for us once we know where they need to be filled. Okay, so we kind of have a built-in readiness, if you will, for what we need to do that once we understand the extent that we're going to need to do that at.
But before we send out a request for who wants to be in school, who doesn't, we would already know by then which teachers would or wouldn't be there, correct?
Well,
I mean, not for being sick for 14 days, but I mean, just, no, I'm not going to teach at school because I have a medical condition. I need to teach from home. We would have that information, but to Kevin's point, prior to.
Karen, actually, those things will be running in parallel. Brian is already working with the staff to identify those people that may be, medically impacted and medically unable to come into the building. Depending on what your decision is tonight, we would like to start doing some survey, and you'll see, because we got a list of things to do. So once we actually show you the schedule, we get to that, we'll talk about several of the things that we need to do to get this up and running if your decision is to act on our recommendation and the timeline that we're recommending. So a lot of that will be running in parallel.
And there's certainly an associated cost with bringing staff back.
Sure. Yes.
Chris, quick yes or no on this. Are we going to see the solicitation of a staffing plan in the next couple slides? Meaning, I know I have people in Libertyville who are going to work at Glenbrook right now as teaching assistants because they're obviously made the decision to open already. So we're losing that potential resource. We have a lot of people in Libertyville, teachers who are not employed, like you said, are furloughs, young kids who graduate from college who are looking for jobs that simply would need to go on the Illinois State Board of Ed website and fill out the required paperwork to be able to sit in the classroom and help our teachers who are teaching from home. So we are gonna, depending on which way we go, that is gonna be done, I hope, relatively soon to at least try to get our pool developed so we can make sure that we do have somebody in a classroom. Yes?
Kevin, I think I thought you asked me, I thought you said this was a simple yes or no, but let me take a
Yes.
shot at it. Okay,
I guess-
yes and no. No, it's actually a good question. We don't believe with the numbers that we're probably going to be looking at here that we're going to have any issues covering those classes with our staff. If we do, all of the things that you talked about, we can do.
Perfect. That's awesome.
Still, you know, we're still one of the best, I would say the best school district in the country. People want to work here. We've never had those problems in the marketplace. So I think we'll be good.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Is one of the slides going to address the estimated costs associated with the PPE required, with the technology required, with the staffing that's required? I think it's important that not hinder us, but that it certainly is a part of our discussion.
Well, we already have all the PPE. We've already put the temperature scanners in. So those costs are already taken care of.
Is there a slide in the presentation?
No, there's not. But we can certainly add that and give you an update at the FNF meeting on Monday.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to understand an estimate of the costs associated with this model.
Dan, I don't want to put you on the spot. And I am putting you on the spot. If the answer is no, just say no and we'll all respect that. But do you, off the top of your head, kind of rough numbers? Are you in a place that you can talk about that, or would you want to do a little more detail on that? Again, just ballpark numbers.
Yeah, so here's what I would say. There's a question of like, how much more is this going to cost us is one question. The other question is any of this budgeted? So we do have a budget allocation for like substitutes, for example. It is lower than what we projected, but you know, we're already, you know, call it a quarter or whatever near through the school year. So like we've adjusted for those costs. So we have an allocation for substitute costs. But the one, I would say, significant cost factor that could be related to this hybrid schedule, but we won't know, and could be transportation. But that, and again, you know, we've kind of talked and fleshed out that, and I truly believe that, you know, especially if this is something that we're looking at for a short term, meaning like we're not doing this for years, that's something that we can absorb and not affect our long-term financial health in terms of how many buses we're running. But that will be a big factor in terms of how many kids we need to transport. So that's why that can be a big unknown number. I mean, I have like a max that it could be, but beyond that, getting a more accurate number. And that would be something that I don't know that I could say that we budgeted exactly for. We have provision for transportation. So I'd have to kind of look at that a little bit closer, but I would say transportation is a big one, but the technology stuff, like that's all, a lot of it's been covered in mixed budget or the COVID budget that we set up $500,000 that was supplies and stuff. And we pretty much spent that. Supplies, the purchase services is still largely there because of that was, you know, the idea is, would that be used for testing or some other type of purchase, some other type of professional service perhaps. So that would be my answer off the cuff.
And I would agree, we want to understand the number, but this is exactly what our reserves are for, assuming that the spending makes sense. But, you know, we've said all along, those reserves are for one-time events, not ongoing operating expenses. So the good news is we're positioned well to deal with it as we continue to understand it.
Kevin, did you have a question?
I did. We talked, and this may be more for Dan. Are we good to go on the plexiglass? I know at the last meeting, we kind of brought that up, and there was a little bit of, Mark may have said, we might be backlogged. Are we good to go on plexiglass? Because then it became, well, if the teachers want it and things like that. So
we have, I believe we're pretty good to go on the plexiglass. What essentially what we're talking about is the plan wasn't to put plexiglass in every single classroom. That was not our plan. Our plan is we put them in the high interactive spaces like reception areas, and then kind of processing the requests as they come in. And so any teacher that puts in a request, you know, the buildings will look at those and evaluate those requests and see how that they can meet those requests. But in terms of plexiglass supply, maybe a question to fulfill those, you know, additional requests that may come in later. Mark, I don't know if you can address if we have that extra supply of the plexiglass.
Hey, Dan, before Mark jumps in here, if we go back to Don and his teaching experience, and Don talks about moving around the room, Don's not going to have plexiglass because Don's going to be moving around the room. I wouldn't have plexiglass if I was teaching because I'm not going to stand in one location. So the people that might stand behind the desk and choose to do that, they might choose to have plexiglass. And I think what we've talked about in our team is that we think we can accommodate those people that would like, that as a shielding in the classroom. But if you're moving, if you are physically moving in the classroom as part of your teaching experience, that plexiglass is not going to do anything for you because you're not going to be behind it.
And to be honest, if you have the mask on and you're staying socially distant, like that's the biggest factor. The mask will be there. And I've said this before, and maybe just deserves repeating again. We did talk about this concept in our health and safety group over the summer of putting a shield, like hanging it for every single classroom. And the consensus of the group at that time, which had a lot of stakeholders in it, was that that's not something that we want to force on everybody due to allowing teacher flexibility in the room.
I mean, it's not like people working in a grocery store. They got a whole bunch of people walking 2 feet away from them all day. This is a very different situation.
As long as it's not going to stand in our way, that's all I wanted to hear. So
Yep.
Thanks.
I think we're good. Anybody else have any questions before we actually show you the schedule? Have we built up the anticipation around this?
Yeah. Hey, Prentice, I've had a few ask for a quick break before we get to the schedule. Okay. So when we get to that, if we could take a 5-minute break, it'd be great.
Well, just let me go ahead, Karen.
Did John did he actually get to the last bullet point? I think I interrupted him so.
It was a big interruption, Karen.
I know, I'm so sorry I started that, but it was so good.
Look, the last point is simple, and it just points to the number of days an in-person student will be in the building. And so if you consider a 5-day week with Wednesdays being the teacher-directed day when no students will be in person, every in-person learner will be in school every one of the other 4 days in this model. So in a given week with a 5-day week, without going on Wednesdays, each in-person student would be in the building each day. We played with models that were, this is 50%. We played with models that were 33%, 25%, and those numbers of in-person contacts obviously drop as you begin to decrease the percent that you're bringing in on a given day. So that's the last bullet before we actually reveal what this model looks like.
So Pat, if you all are good, this is a good place to take a break probably.
Yeah, let's take a real quick 5-minute break for everybody and then come back and we'll start with the schedule. Okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
We good? That good for everyone?
So that brings us back at 8:39.
Who are we missing? Right?
I can't see everybody, Pat, so you're going to have to.
Well, there's Jim. There's Kevin. It's like we still need Casey.
Don hasn't returned yet either.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, hi, Don.
It's nice to be missed, though.
Mr. Carmichael. Pat, just tell me when you think we're ready to roll, and then I'll.
Let's see. Casey, are you back? Just looking for Casey, and we need Dan too, I guess.
Yep.
All right, there we go.
Okay, Pat, thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Before I turn it over to John and Tom and Rita again to look at the actual schedule, just a couple of things to keep in your back in your mind. All the things that John went through regarding the hybrid schedule are important, but there are a couple of key points here. One, again, this allows students to be in the building, to have in-building experience 4 days a week, and conceptually, minus kids that may choose, their parents may choose to have them stay home, conceptually, it allows us to deal with 50% of the kids as opposed to 25% of the kids, which is what we would need to do in a typical AB. It would have to become a CD schedule where kids would only be in the building 1 day, but all day. So John, with that, Brian can move us up to the next screen, and you can walk us through the schedule with the team.
Okay. So here it is, and it looks very similar to the e-learning schedule in terms of its basic structure. So let me just address that. You have in front of you 2 orange days, 2 blue days, and 1 Wednesday magenta. But it is exactly the same blocks as we have in our current e-school model. So our orange day, periods 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 0 hour for physical welfare classes, and early bird for AP science classes. And then blue days, periods 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that does not change. All right, what changes now is that you'll see group A and B kind of plastered all over this model. So remember, we really have 3 groups of students. We have students who choose to come to remote learning, and we're going to split them in half, A and B. So your A and B are the kids that have chosen to come to in-person learning. And then the C kids, which you don't see here, those are the kids that have chosen to remain at home, right? And so they are participating in all of these classes virtually. So they're not shown on the schedule, but of course they're there, and the teachers are interacting with them on a daily basis, each block as well. All right, so let's go to Monday, Orange Day, right? The way that we have this figured out is that Monday, Orange Day, in the morning, group A is in. So it says group A in, that means in person. So half of the remaining kids that chose in person are in the morning, right? Of course, we have our early bird and 0 hour. That's the same A group, so that those kids, if they're the same group, can remain in school. They're there for blocks 1 and 2. And then we have that large section of time that we've always had, right, for office hours and lunch. Now, that has actually increased in time. You can tell that we're starting period 1 instead of at 9 a.m. like we have for all of eSchool. We're starting that at 8:30. And the reason why is so that we can do 2 things. One, most importantly, is to increase the band of time between period 2 and period 3. That's because during that band of time, we are actually going to switch groups of kids. So the A kids now are going home and the B kids now are coming back. For many of our families, they will either drive, park in our parking lots, or drop off in person. But for many of our kids, they're going to bus. And so we will actually run buses that leave school right after second period, and also are running routes to pick up students before third period. So there's a transition during that time. Now that's why office hours for certain kids become a little bit difficult if they're on a bus. And so we've made sure that we want those students to understand that they can have contact with their teachers before and after school as well. But a majority of office contacts will be during that same block. Then in the afternoon, you have group B in and group A remote, right? So the kids have swapped, and now our B kids are in. That is the same setup, the same pattern for Monday and Tuesday. So orange and blue days, group A is in the morning, group B is in the afternoon, right? So you can see that each student has been to school each day. So a half day in each case. Then we have our Wednesday teacher directed day. And on weeks where we don't have a fifth day, then that Wednesday disappears and we have orange, blue, orange, blue. If we miss a Monday, then it's Tuesday, orange, Wednesday, blue, so on and so forth, you understand. Thursday then is orange, Friday is blue, but we flip it this time. So now in the morning on orange and in the morning on blue, group B is in. Halfway through they flip, swap, and group A comes to school. Group B learns remotely. Again, what happens then is each student comes to school each day, and each student will be in presence of their teacher one time during that week, right? Couple other things to note. Like I said, the C group of kids, the kids who are fully remote, they will be connected to each of those blocks through Zoom remotely, right? We will have a set of students, really a group D, and usually for the most part, that's some of our students with special needs who will be in both days, in both groups. So they'll be there really the entire 4 days if their instructional plans call for that. So there is that group of students. Like I said in the previous slide, there will be some of these groups who are in person, but receiving instruction remotely. Again, if a teacher is at home through the entire learning process, or as some emergency come up, it needs to be at home, either they're sick, child sick, or an example like that. So that is the model that we would propose if you choose to go hybrid. Like I said, we've tossed around all sorts of models. If you were to say, we don't want 50% in, we want something less than that, then that just extends the number of days that a student would really make a complete loop. In other words, seeing his or her own teacher in person.
John, spell that out a little bit more when you say that would extend the loop.
Okay, so for example, let's say we were to say, you know what, 50% is too many students in the building at once. I want to move to a 25% model. Well, that means, so in this model, right, a student would see his or her teacher in person once a week. In that model, if we move to a 25%, you would have really groups A, B, C, and D. I think Prentice said that earlier. And it would take 2 weeks for me to see every one of my teachers once. So you would really double the amount of time it would take to see each teacher in person once. Let's say that you were to say, let's cut it in half. Let's take a medium then. Let's go 33%. Well, in 4 block days in this model, a student is in all 4 days. In a 33% model, it would take 6 days for a student to be in 4. So it would take 6 days for me to make that entire loop where I saw each of my teachers one time. So it just, by decreasing the number of students in the building, it increases the number of days it would take for a student to make a complete loop and see his or her own teachers in person one time.
And this is an important point. We've spent many days talking about this, and we believe with this schedule that and 50% of the kids minus whatever percentage will choose to stay home, we believe that we can make this work, and we believe we have a much better chance of socially distancing kids than some of the alternatives we were looking at this summer.
Prentice,
Yes.
what do you think is the best educational delivery model under the current circumstances? This hybrid A/B as proposed, or eSchool?
Well, I'm going to let Rita weigh in on that first, and then I'm going to weigh in on it. Okay,
Thank you.
so if that's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Fisher.
Yeah, perhaps Tom and John as well, but
Yeah,
I'll
the
weigh
more
in.
of you that weigh in on that question, the better.
Okay, Rita.
In terms of the design that allows our teachers to interact in the same way with all of our students, the synchronous setup of eSchool provides that instructional model in a way that teachers have planned for and are accustomed to and are delivering very well now. We know how long they work to adjust to the eSchool model and how long it takes them to prepare eSchool materials and lessons. But in terms of having each student experience learning in the same way, that happens in eSchool in a way that would be challenging to replicate fully in a hybrid model. The hybrid model that we've designed does address the desire to move all students forward in instruction in the same way. That was the complication of previous eSchool or hybrid models. So in this case with this hybrid model, while the experience isn't the same for students, it's as close as we can get to having all students move forward instructionally in a hybrid model the way they are now in eSchool. So I haven't chosen one model over the other, but I think defined the difference between the eSchool instructional excellence that we promised and that we're seeing as a result of the hard work of our students. And that is that all students are experiencing that learning in the same way. When you start bringing in some groups of students into the classroom, that's necessarily going to change.
John and Tom, anything to add before I comment?
I guess I would add this. I agree with Rita, and I've heard Don say the same thing. I think the issue for me is this. There are more dynamics at play than just instructional, right? If we look at what is best instructionally, I feel strongly that the best thing instructionally for our system right now is eSchool, is remote learning. That's the thing that is the most consistent. It will kind of last the test of all of these interruptions that we will face because of the pandemic and quarantining and contact tracing, all of those things. It is the one thing that can remain consistent. So instructionally speaking, I think it's the most sound. I think where it starts to become more gray, and what we've heard so many of our parents talk about, is the social emotional aspect of the models. And to me, then it becomes a pretty subjective question in terms of, well, how healthy is it for my kid to be in a classroom with a mask, watching a student or watching a teacher with a mask, being, told to socially distance as I walk down the halls. It's tough to weigh that. And I don't pretend to know what the experience of our kids will be after they experience a kind of hybrid scenario. The only one I've lived so far is eSchool, and to me, it's been working well.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly what John and Rita said. really depends on how you're going to define and evaluate the value of the school experience. And so no doubt about it, we can deliver a high quality, if we're just talking about content delivery and content learning, I think eSchool serves its purpose well. And we saw the results both from our teachers and our students with a high degree of confidence in their learning. But there are other aspects of a student's education and a student's development, and I completely understand why there would be families and a desire to bring students back to this hybrid model. And you know, I think logistically this can be done. I said it this summer and I'll say it again. I worry about when infections begin to occur, and how that creates rolling kind of quarantines. But certainly at this point, we have seen other high schools in different contexts manage it. And if this is our charge, we will manage it. We will manage it here as well. And I know from a student standpoint, many of the students are asking for the opportunity to try to do this because they feel there's tremendous value for them to be in the building with their classmates in whatever, with whatever restrictions we have to put in place for that.
Okay, so my way in on this is I agree with everything that's been said, and I would add this. This is an attempt to balance two scales, the instructional scale and the in-school or social emotional opportunity to be around one's peers and to be closer to the teachers. There is no question it is not going to be the experience that we would have been talking about at this time last year, right before COVID. There's no doubt about that. But it's an attempt to balance those two scales closer to level, and move toward that, and take the opportunity to try and do that. And if the board's decision is to move toward this, we feel very strongly after, a couple of months of really looking at schedules, that this is our best option. It's consistent with, as Tom and John have pointed out, the block schedule is consistent with what we're already doing in remote, so there's familiarity there. So instructionally, I think Rita and John and Tom have said it very well, but this would be an attempt to balance those two scales, the social emotional needs, the opportunity to come in and do some in-school learning with that. And we, as we always do, if we go this direction, we'll do this as well as anybody is doing it anywhere by the time we do it over a period of time, with the understanding that even if we go this route, 4 weeks from now, we could be back in remote depending on what happens out in the world. And the good news is we've got a very, very good, very solid start with remote, and we will continue to build on that. We're never going to stop tweaking that to make it better, because that's who we are and that's what we do. And we'll do the same thing with this.
So good job, all you guys. Let me ask one question though. So, I mean, looking at the survey results, it seemed like, round numbers, about a quarter of our students were in fact struggling with eSchool. Which model, or I guess I'll ask it this way, will this pivot to this hybrid model improve that, do you think?
It's tough for me to answer because it depends on why a student is struggling with eSchool. I've heard from so many parents and so many students, and heard a lot of, like you heard our board reps last week with a lot of positive things to say, and those students are there. And then heard obviously things that break your heart about students that are struggling with eSchool. What it will do for the student who is disconnected, who doesn't have a real strongly established social network, for a student who is spending the majority of their time isolated and alone, I believe this would help because this will bring them into the building with caring and loving adults and other students for interactions. The extent to which it will help with all of the academics is going to be something that I would not want to overpromise, in that you saw how restricted the educational methods are going to be. We're going to have masks, we're going to be socially distant, and we are going to be largely a teacher. This is a big change and adaptation for our staff. None of us have taught in a system like this, and they're going to be doing everything they can to try to make it work, but there's going to be significant challenges in maintaining support for the kids in front of them, maintaining support for a group of students who are on e-school and remote, and attempting to make all of those adjustments and adaptations, and supporting a child who's struggling. So I think academically, I don't know, but socially, for the child who's really isolated, and I do believe this would help that student.
Okay, thank you.
I would add this. Look, every year we do something called the 5 Essentials Survey, where we survey our students and ask basically the same question. Where are you at with the model of education that we provide for you? And it's not 100%. It's closer to 80%. We're in a great district. The kids love coming to school, but there's probably 20% of kids that are disenfranchised with what we're doing on a daily basis when we're all in person doing it the best we can. It doesn't match. And so there is no perfect model. There's no way that we can say that this e-school thing that we're doing now is perfect. And there will be no way that we can say that this hybrid is perfect. And just like there's no way we can say that what we're doing for decades is perfect. I will say this, just anecdotally, I've talked to numerous kids that are in the building this week, last week, the week before. And I asked the question, hey, you're here. Do you enjoy being here? And some of the kids are like, yeah, I love it. It's good to get out of the house. Some of the kids are like, this is stupid. Well, I'm not sure why I'm here. I have a mask on. I might as well be in my house just on Zoom watching it from home. I don't understand why. So it is not going to be the silver bullet that fixes all of our problems. And when we survey again, we're going to see, I don't know, but some percentage of our kids that's unhappy with what we're doing. And my guess is parents too. So that's as honest as
John, conversely, we'll get some good feedback from some people.
Bet.
Right?
You bet.
So it's Pat, we've talked about this, going back to early summer, as we all started this really difficult journey together. And this would be a step toward the next phase of what we've talked about. If we go down this path, I can assure you of this, we will do everything. If we do this, we will do everything we can to make this work. But, remote's a component of this. We'll continue to work on a remote with the understanding that, we might have to pivot back. So the tools in our toolbox will be, we would have, a very solid, continuing to make it better remote plan. We would have a hybrid plan that we feel strongly about if we go this way, of all the options out there. And then there's the option that we all hope for most, that things will get significantly better sometime in the future, and we'll actually have the ability to bring kids back to school normally. But understanding that perhaps over the course of this year for sure, and maybe next year, this journey that we're on is going to require us to have all those 3 tools in the toolbox and look at that. So
Okay.
Lisa, I hope that helps a little bit, that we didn't, confuse or muddy the waters.
Hey, I'd be interested, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Kevin, but you've got your kids there and what they're going through each day. And when you look at this, does this make you think, yeah, this is going to be better for them? Does it make you think, I don't know? I mean, what, and again, it's only your own experience, but would you mind weighing in?
No, not at all. Actually, ironically enough, I I probably will have one of my children choose to stay home and one of my children choose to go into the school, because they learn differently, and one would prefer the flexibility. So again, I think this does offer the choice for me as a parent. Again, I'm going to take my board hat off now as a parent to choose what's best for each of my kids. I have 2 different learners. I've seen what the remote can do, and I think that's a nice model. I haven't seen what this can do. So until I see what this can do, and I think that's what John and Tom and Prentice have all said, you know, we don't know, but we've got to try. I mean, I guess that's my thought is I think we have to try, because my one child does need that interaction of waving at their friends from 6 feet, of walking in the halls, of seeing the teacher, and just needs a little bit more structure. So I am leery. I think one of the big things we do need to be conscious of, though, and I know a lot of schools have done it, and I don't know if we will or not, but locking a person into a decision, i.e., after 2 weeks, if this model's not working for some of those kids who selected it, can those kids stay at home and learn remotely? I mean, you know, that are we going to build that flexibility in? You know, that's an important question to me.
So do you guys want to comment on that? Prentice, John, Tom, Rita?
I'm going to let Tom and John jump in first because they're building principles, and there are some logistics to this. There are planning logistics, there are execution logistics that we have to do. So, you know, flexibility can be challenging for that. And Tom and John are going to be at the point of working through those logistics. So, guys, I don't know if you want to, off the top of your head, just comment on that. We won't hold you to this at this point.
Yeah, I'll comment on it. So you know, just in terms of logistically, I have a group of very capable people who are on pins and needles waiting for this decision, because logistically, this ain't easy. And so the idea that we ask a family to make a decision, I think, is important. To Kevin's point, if a family makes the decision to come into hybrid and we say that's a lock dead decision, you can never leave, I think that's a difficult position to take. A family realizes either they have health concerns or the instruction isn't what they anticipated, the masks is really off-putting or difficult to deal with. I want to be home. I see us having some flexibility there. But on the other side, to say to a family, well, you committed to being home, but now you want to come in. All right, now all these logistics that we just went through to try to figure this out and to try to space these classes evenly and to say, all right, we got this number of kids in this. Now it's not so easy. And so one of them is probably a little bit more palatable than the other. But I do think it is.
And I think, John, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but John, isn't it the case that we're always going to have to allow people to pivot to fully remote? Because if somebody has to quarantine, if somebody gets sick, if somebody's family member tests positive, they're going to have to be able to opt into fully remote at any point.
Yeah, that's the easier. I think what John is saying, Lisa, is exactly that. It's easier to go that direction, to allow people then 2 or 3 weeks in to say, no, now, you know, we're going to add 50 kids to the mix with everything that goes with that and bring them back to school. That's going to be really challenging. Yeah. So if somebody experiments, you know, wants to try hybrid and they want to opt out, yes, that's easier to do. So yes, exactly what you said is what John is saying.
Yeah. Well, that's why I can imagine a scenario by which we have a, you know, call it one get out of jail free card kind of thing. You know, 3 weeks into this, if it's not working, you might be able to flip from hybrid to remote. If you want to go from remote to hybrid, it's kind of on a space available thing, but you know, maybe we can build at least a little bit of flexibility in there. But not on a continuing basis. We can't have people continuing to change their mind and wanting to try new things and do.
Well, let's make an assumption, because let's go to the nth degree on this. So we get a student or a family that wants to opt in and out by the week. Okay, so this week we've changed our mind. Now we want to be remote. Now we want to come back. I think the challenge is bringing the people back into the building. And so if we can allow the flexibility to opt out for those who want to come to the building and try hybrid, then I think that's workable. And then at a fixed point, let's assume that we did go down this path, and you haven't made that decision, but let's assume that we do. Then we can say, okay, at the end of first semester, we're going to look at all this again. You know, we can re-option, reapportion moving forward. So I do think we have to have some controls on the opt-in side of this beyond the time that we would start on this.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we can certainly talk about that further as we go.
Okay.
Are there any other questions, comments, or discussion on the proposed hybrid format?
I would just like to.
Oh, sorry, Don. Go ahead.
Lisa.
I'll go after you.
I just wanted to know what the order of things is here, because we have two things that have been indicated the board action will be taken. The first one is the school reopening recommendation. Is that a recommendation that we accept this model if we ever use it? Like, I like the model, I'm okay with it. I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah.
But if we get to the second one where it says school reopening timeline recommendation, we haven't heard any of that from anyone.
Yeah. So Don, I would like to encourage us to think about, this is the model, proposed model, that we would eventually adopt when, and I'll say if, we were to go to a hybrid format. Okay. And I'm gonna suggest that a hybrid format would be our next stage of reopening. Okay. I don't think any of us see reopening fully, all in, 5 days a week.
No.
Really, my thinking at the moment is until we get this phase 5 on the Illinois return plan. Okay. Or maybe there's some other things, but as we sit here tonight, it would require a significant change in the IDPH guidance to really get all in 5 days a week. So I think it would be good for us. I think it would be good for the community to at least know the picture of what the hybrid plan looks like. All right. So I fully understand and would agree. Let's bifurcate the model and the timing.
Well, Pat, I purposely split that up on the agenda for those reasons. So now we've got a couple of other slides to go through before we get to the recommendation here. But essentially, if the decision is to go to hybrid, this would be our recommendation for schedule. In a slide or two, we're going to walk you through what we believe has to be the implementation schedule for this. And then that would be the second vote of whether we're going to essentially accept our recommendation, alter it, or put it on hold, down to your point.
Yeah.
I mean, conceptually, that you could put it on hold and say, okay, yeah, we're all in on this model. We just decided not to do it right now, right? And so it's on hold. And at such time when we move to that, then that would be the model that we would use. But we're actually going to give you an implementation timeline tonight as part of a recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that help, Don?
Yeah, it does.
Splitting, primarily because that gives us sort of a stake in the ground of what this thing's going to look like, so that when we talk about it, we talk about the schedule, and we talk about offering this as an option for our parents and our students to come back in the building. They know what it looks like when they make that decision. So I think that's an important first step. You got to have some kind of framework to be able to explain what is hybrid. Well, this is hybrid in our eyes. So I appreciate that.
Right. And look, just like we're doing with the e-learning model, as we go forward, we may still find things we can do to further improve it. But I think for the moment going forward, we have to say this would be it. Okay. Unless
well, can we speak to the model then, just to that for right now?
Yes. That's what I'm asking.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'd like to jump in there. And I think I've cut Lisa off completely because we went into a discussion there. So Lisa, I apologize that I'm just plowing forward here.
I'm happy to hear your questions, Don. They're always very helpful. Mine is a review. I need to understand the lunch and transit period better, so that can definitely wait I'd prefer actually to hear your educational questions before we review that.
Okay, so
Thank
the
you.
only thing that I have difficulty with in this model is that you're only seeing your teacher one period a week.
Yeah.
But it's an elegant solution to a myriad of problems. And so even that trade-off, that's one period a week, but it's a big block of time. So you could kind of think of that as 2 periods of person-to-person instruction. And so I would call people's attention to that if you're thinking to yourself, well, gosh, they're only seeing their teacher one day a week, but it's a big block of time. And so I appreciate that you kept the block schedule, because I see that as being a huge strength instructionally.
Yeah. Hey, Don, one other thing related to that, though, that I saw that I liked, which is kind of related, is, we did get some feedback that the kids said, I don't feel comfortable approaching my teacher when I'm virtual, and so I don't get the extra help that I need. In this case, there's obviously several blocks in each day where the kids who are having that issue could be more comfortable approaching their teacher. So frankly, if needed, there are more opportunities than just that one official face-to-face to interact with their teachers. And that was something that I also thought was pretty attractive.
Yeah, I hope that the students who are struggling with that don't continue to struggle once they're face-to-face, because every teacher has had kids that have a hard time. So, if the parents are saying that the students are having a hard time doing that, like, we should be working together as a group to help the parents, the teachers, the counselors, in order to make that work. And that happens in any model.
Yep, totally agree.
So that's it for me. Oh, no, it's not it for me. The other one that I thought was an elegant solution was the lunch periods, because logistically, that's the nightmare, where you have so many kids and not enough spaces that can handle it. And this eliminates that problem completely. The kids eat lunch and then go to school, or they go to school and then they go home and eat lunch. The logistic problem of just increasing bus service is it then. So I thought that was a great solution.
It's also, thank you, Don, for recognizing that, Mr. Carmichael. The other piece is that arguably, and there's, I know we're still learning about COVID and how it transmits and everything, but arguably that was the most concerning part of the day for me. Was that's where kids have to take their masks off. They have to consume food. And as you noted, with large numbers, they would have to be in relatively close proximity, and it would consume all of our other spaces in our building, trying to spread kids out. So by eliminating the lunch, we felt not only did it help us with saving our large spaces, but also reducing what arguably may be the most kind of at-risk moments of the day, where kids are removing masks and having to consume food.
Yeah.
It also gives you a little bit of a chance to clean up classrooms and whatnot. And last week we talked about air handling, and this would be a place to do a purge in the middle of the day.
Yeah, good point, Don.
Just a couple odds and ends there. So we will still have kids in the lunchroom. We still will have a set of kids, students with needs in some cases, that are here all day. And so that we will be asking our cafeteria personnel to create or make lunches, some for the students who are here all day, and some for some of our free lunch students who may be leaving, and we're actually handing them off a box lunch as they leave, or vice versa, they're coming to us in the afternoon and we have a lunch ready for them there. So like we are right now, our cafeterias will be used, but on a much smaller scale.
Yeah, the numbers will pale in comparison to regular school.
A scale that would enable us to social distance as necessary.
Sure.
I believe.
We're doing it right now.
Yeah.
We're doing it right now.
Well,
And the passing periods would be gone too, better.
Each
Sorry,
student
Karen.
would only have one passing period a day, it looks like.
For a kid, yeah.
Yeah. And again, if you have your mask on, the inability to social distance, let's say in a hallway, is much, much less risk than it would be, say, in a cafeteria where the mask is off.
Well, and Pat, you know, I think we've talked about this several times in any scenario where we have kids back. In the large number of kids that we've already brought back for athletics and some of the student activities, some of the classes that we're starting to fold in, we're going to need, you know, student, parent cooperation and student cooperation in terms of making sure that we all adhere to the expectations that we have coming in. You're going to come into the building, you're going to have to wear a mask. Okay, you're going to have to work at socially distancing. And that includes us too. And I can tell you a district office, because it was Mark and I for a long time, when people started to come back here, it takes a while to make the adjustment not to walk up, right up and talk to somebody. So we're going to have to practice that. John and Tom, of course, would reinforce that on a regular basis, you know, kind of leveraging the great relationship they have with students. We'll reinforce that with staff as a collective community who's looking out at our collective health for everyone in the building. So, you know, whether we had, you know, smaller groups of people in the building or larger groups of people in the building like we're proposing, we're going to have to work at that. And we're just going to have to make that part of our routine.
Okay.
And we will.
Okay.
So,
Lisa?
Just for accuracy, there's technically kind of like 3 passing periods, because you have your entrance to the school, you have your class period switch, and then you have your departure. But yes, this schedule was designed specifically to try to reduce the amount of passing periods during the day.
Okay.
Let me add one more thing on that. Sorry to keep going here, but we did talk about extending the passing period length. One of the pieces of feedback I got from several students was it's difficult in 5 minutes to get up, stretch, move around, and then have to sit for another block. And so we talked about lengthening that. But here's the problem with it as an organization with students in the building. What we don't want is extended amounts of times where kids can kind of be milling around.
Yep.
And that might be the thing that they want to do, but we're kind of like, let's move to the next spot, keep moving.
Yep.
We're not standing together, we're not hugging, we're not high-fiving, which I think is going to be hard for kids. They're going to want to do that, but we purposely left that as a 5-minute passing period because we actually want to get kids moving into the next classroom so that there isn't some of that unsafe action in the hallways, which is going to be difficult for us to manage anyway. We've talked about that.
Yeah.
The other thing that I failed to mention, you'll notice that, remember that we're starting at 8:30 first period, which is earlier than the 9 o'clock start now. And each block is 5 minutes longer. Some of that time has been taken up. So instead of 75 minutes, they're 80 minutes. We've done that to kind of keep the integrity of that 75-minute block, knowing that with students in person and remote, the attendance feature alone is going to be difficult. The getting class rolling, all of those things is going to be more difficult for a teacher to have to manage. Plus, if there's a little extra time for a teacher to do some social emotional, some relationship building with students that he or she has in her class, that's an important thing. And we'll ask students when they come into a classroom to grab a wipe and wipe down their learning space as well. So all of those things we kind of wrapped into a 5-minute longer block, so they're 80 minutes instead of 75.
Okay. And John and Tom, I assume we will not have lockers for the students. Is that true or not true?
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Just wanted to clarify that.
We might have some students with special needs with lockers, but that's it.
Okay, Lisa. Finally.
Actually, John covered the questions that I had about lunch, so I'm good. I'm just curious about the framework. There were several different elements of the framework that we discussed at our last meeting that would be part of this discussion, and I assume that's coming.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The ones we have not touched base on, we want to talk about diagnostic testing a little bit. We want to talk about contract tracing. We've done health and safety. So, and there are a couple of other things on the to-do list that correspond with the framework components. So I think we'll hit them all by the time we're done.
Okay, Casey?
Yeah, I just have one question about specifically the music classes. How comfortable are you, John and Tom, about delivering choir and band, and how will that work in this hybrid model?
So we're actually working on that and bringing some of those performance groups in right now. With band specifically, we have delayed the start because we're still waiting for the specialty PPE to come in, and we believe that we'll have it at the end of this week so that we can start next week. But there's also restrictions on the amount of time that the kids sing and perform because of the amount of just volume and intensity which they perform. So we try, as I believe our plans have them more than 6 feet apart, with smaller amounts of students than the full ensemble being together, and that after a set amount of time performing, from 20 to 30 minutes, they pause and they leave that space to do other elements of the class. It's not quite as a big a deal for the orchestra in that they don't emit, they can leave their masks on in the way that they're not generating aerosols is the word I'm looking for, I believe. But choir, we've ordered special masks for. The kids can sing and still wear a mask. And all of our band has ordered specialty PPE as well. John, am I forgetting anything about our performance groups?
No, I think it becomes a facility issue, and some of our larger facilities will look to see what, the physical welfare department isn't using on certain periods in terms of gymnasiums, the auditorium. So those big spaces, the auditorium, the studio theater, the auditorium stage, and our band and orchestra and choir rooms are all big spaces. But in order to get a full ensemble, or at least half of a full ensemble together, it'll take a big space. So we'll do it safely, but we have to be able to figure out where those places are.
Great, thank you. Those are important points.
Karen, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just kind of getting to the overall of this, I still have, I feel like the ones that are getting the worst part of all this are the kids that decide to stay at home and learn remotely the whole time, because they are now having to be taught by a teacher with a mask whose focus will undoubtedly be trying to involve them, but will be more geared to, I feel bad for that. I feel like those kids are really, compared with the remote learning they're getting now, for them to stay at home. And that's true for the kids. If they come in the hybrid, they will have half the time also at home, having a teacher teach by mask. So I'm just trying to weigh it all in and think about it all. I guess I think the thing that's most important, should we improve or approve this, is that it's really, really clearly spelled out to the students and the teachers exactly what this is going to be for them, both at home and in the school. Include, everything we've been talking about. You're going to have a mask on. This isn't like we're going to be back with my friends. This is, so they can really weigh it carefully and then make their decision, I guess. I just,
Karen, your point's very valid, because some of the feedback has really suggested what the kids and parents want is the return to last year. And we've got to be clear that, that's what we all want, but that's not what we're going to be able to offer until we get to phase 5. Okay.
That's true, Pat.
Anybody else that hasn't commented want to comment at all? Jim?
One other thing, I don't know if you guys have seen we did get an email as we were talking that St. Viator has had to go to full remote because of upswing in cases. That was announced today.
Okay, no, I didn't see that. Thanks, Karen.
Somebody just somebody just emailed it to us in the last little bit.
Okay. Let's talk more about that when we get to the safety and testing discussion. All right, anybody else want to make a comment? All right, so Prentice, any reason why we wouldn't want to ask for a motion to approve this hybrid plan?
No,
least-
not from our end, from the context that we've talked about it, that this would be our model when, whether that's on our implementation timeline or at some place in the future, that this would be our model. So if you are all okay with that, then I would simply recommend that the schedule, the block hybrid schedule that we showed you and discussed with you tonight would be our hybrid model when we pivot to hybrid. And I think you could say in the motion, the schedule as presented and discussed tonight, whoever made the motion.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the block hybrid schedule as presented tonight?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. Any other discussion? All right, let's ask for a roll call then.
Batson,
Aye.
Carmichael,
Aye.
Grudy,
Aye.
Hessel,
Aye.
Huber,
Aye.
Lundstedt,
Aye.
Rooney.
Aye.
All right. Okay, motion carries.
Okay.
Great job bringing this forward and, continuing to refine and improve what we discussed at length various times during the summer. So I just want to say thanks to everybody involved in the design of this thing.
And Pat, I think, it's just thank you very much on behalf of all of us. And I know you're saying that on behalf of the board, so we appreciate that. And in addition to that, I think it's just important for people to know that, we've continued to work on these things consistently since July, since we made a decision to go to remote. And all the information that we were able to factor in over the last week or two, including the survey data, helped inform our final recommendation to you tonight, and we'll continue to do that. Okay, the work is never going to stop here, for sure. Okay. All right, so with that said, Brian, can you roll up to the hybrid implementation task? Okay, so we've talked about a few of these already, and so I won't spend a ton of time on this, but following any decision that you would make on a timeline, we have several things that are very important to do. One is the choice survey with parents and students, return to school, remain in school, finalize teacher and staffing needs. So that would include determining our staff that's medically unable to return to school and all variations of that, looking at what staffing we would need. We talked earlier about the need to work on transportation routes again. So we're transporting kids in. At noon, we're taking them home. At noon, we're bringing another group of kids in. At the end of the day, we're taking another group home. So we have to define who's actually going to be here so we can work on the specific transportation routes. We need to establish the student attendance group. So John talked, I think it was John, talked tonight about our teams at the two buildings. We'll need to take the number of kids that are going to come in, actually split those kids logistically. So it works on all levels for us. We will have to do final classroom, live streaming review and testing. We had a long discussion about that tonight. We're well along that path, but we want to complete that work before we bring people in. And then there's union impact bargaining. So following any decision by the board, then we will have to continue conversations with the union about impact bargaining. And we would do that, as soon as the board made a decision to move, a different direction on this.
We also have to include things like preparing the classrooms. I'm assuming that if we find out after the choice surveys that in any given classroom, you might not have any more than 12 students, say, then there would only be 12 desks in that room.
Yep.
And we would maximize distance by removing the other desks.
Yep.
And having no more than the needed number of desks so that we can get kids as far apart from each other as possible.
Yes, that would be all part of the process.
Okay.
Okay. So looking at those tasks, we just tried to highlight, the big ones, the time-consuming ones. Bryant, if you roll to the next slide. So for the board's consideration, and again, we've spent considerable time, looking at this, depending on the decision that, the board would make tonight or within a few days of this. And so here's a recommended implementation timeline on, keep in mind all the things that we've kind of laid out timelines and all the things we need to do to get ready. Monday, October 26th would be an optional teacher return to campus, would still be a remote synchronous learning day following e-school schedule. Tuesday, October 27th, teachers return to campuses. And we are asking for 2 professional learning days to make the pivot to remote learning. Somebody, Don, maybe you asked this question earlier, made a comment about it. One of the best decisions that the board made this year was to work with us at the beginning of the year and allow our staff sufficient time to get ready. We realize that we're in the school year and we can't take a week, we can't take 2 weeks before the start of school, but there is professional learning that needs to happen in this window. And so on the 27th and 28th, we'd be asking for 2 teacher professional learning days. Now, Wednesday would be a directed teacher day anyway, moving forward. So we'd incorporate that with us. The students would have an asynchronous learning day on those 2 days. So we could teachers could get ready to make that pivot for, in many cases, that dual instruction that they would be required to do. Thursday, October 29th, we would start the hybrid schedule. Now that, again, depends on, what you do with the recommendation tonight. And that would be an orange day. And then Friday, October 30th would be a blue day. Now the following Monday, we would be back to an orange day. And, we'll balance those days out over time with holidays and those kinds of things. But based on this, this would be our recommendation for a timeline for you to consider as a decision point tonight on whether we move forward now or some point in the future. Rita, if you want to comment, or Bryant or Dan or John or Tom, feel free to jump in here.
I think the questions earlier about the success of the e-school model are largely related to that professional learning that we provided at the beginning and the exorbitant amount of time that teachers are planning to design new implementation models and to learn that anything in e-school and now perhaps in this hybrid school take longer to plan and to implement than in the age before COVID, right? Even our most experienced professionals are learning that everything that they do and plan requires additional time and planning. So to transition to a hybrid model without any professional learning would not lead to the kind of success that we would want to see with this model. So we really think it's important that teachers have at least those 2 days to be in person, to experience teaching from of a classroom using live stream technology and devices and techniques, and then have some time to transition to mode of delivery and the hybrid setting with students actually in the classroom and other students learning from home.
Okay, questions. Let me just throw out the generic topic to comment on is just forgetting the dates for the moment. I think this concept of a minimum of 2 asynchronous days to prepare to pivot. Is there anybody that's got any strong feelings against that?
No, I think it'll be necessary.
Very, very much in support of that. I'm I hope that 2 days is enough.
Yeah.
Yep, same here.
Yeah. So just so you guys know, one of the thoughts on starting, for example, on Thursday, the 29th, as opposed to even, I think it's Monday, the 2nd of November, by going in Thursday, Friday, that kind of gives the weekend to digest what just happened the last couple of days without having to go a full 5-day week right out of the chute. So there was some consideration to that, as well as I know I talked to various people in the administration as they were designing this. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Hey, I do have, what's exactly, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly is going to get done on that Tuesday and Wednesday. Because I just reread this, and again, Monday they're going to come into campus and teach all the kids remotely. Okay, so that means they're in their classroom, they're figuring out how the camera in the classroom works, how they're going to set that up.
No, Kevin, hold on. Kevin, on Monday, for the kids, for the students, it's just a regular e-school day.
Right, but the teachers are going to be in the building. We're getting them back in the building.
Yes.
And they are teaching from their classroom with the technology Mick talked about.
Wait, it says optional though.
That's up, yeah. Monday really is not intended to be the day where teachers are both teaching in eSchool with synchronous lessons and learning how to live stream those lessons. So we need a day of asynchronous learning for teachers to practice that live streaming while they're not also holding synchronous meetings every class period with their students. Yeah. So it says that Monday is optional for teachers to return to campus. Some currently are teaching from their classrooms. They may continue to do that, but it really would be impossible to do any professional learning on a regular e-school day when teachers are also conducting synchronous meetings at the start of every class period.
Right. So the only days for the teachers to really work through the details of pivoting and trying out the new equipment and doing all that are Tuesday and Wednesday. Just to be clear.
Yeah. Some may use it on Monday, but I think the difference is Monday, they're not dealing with students in the room. They're not dealing with using all the technology that would be required to reach both the students in school and at home. So this is more do what you've been doing, whether it's from home or from on campus, one more day. And really, to be honest, it says optional teacher return. They have the option to do that today.
That's correct.
So there is some option to do that. But I think the learning, the instructional practice that starts on Thursday will look much different than what would happen on Monday. Monday, in my mind, is more just to offer that to bring people back in the building to get through the routine of how do I self-certify, how do I, what's the process for moving around the building, all those kinds of things, the logistics of just being physically in the building versus trying to do that on the first day when the students are also there.
Yeah.
Well, and so much, please also remember it's more than the technology. So much changes now because the entire model of their work with students now shifts. So things like even setting up their classroom and putting pictures and posters and making the classroom an enriched environment, that might be something they need to do. Completely rewriting and reevaluating some of the way they're doing assessments and lessons and things. All of that gets changed because we're changing the structure. So those things in addition to the technology need to happen, and they're not going to be able to do all of it in 2 days, but 2 days at least gives them a little bit of time with their colleagues in the building to just get on top of some of this monumental shift in their approach to everything they're doing with students that's gonna change.
And by the way, the next week is only a 4-day week, if I'm not mistaken, because of Election Day, correct?
Yeah, bro.
Correct. The first week in November, correct.
Right.
So, okay, so I guess I'm still going to push back a little bit here because we've just basically, in essence, gave the teachers Wednesdays between now and whenever we start, right? Between now and whenever we start, we've given them a different way to conduct the educational delivery for those days. They're not going to have to be on call, 45 minutes, things of that nature. It's going to be as they design.
That's not what I understood, Kevin. Those are instructional days. They're going to be teaching that whole day.
They're going to have a lot of flexibility. Let's just be clear about that. We're giving them a lot more flexibility on those Wednesdays on how they teach. They certainly could be teaching more.
Where are you going with this? Are you trying to say we need to be more aggressive in the start date?
One, need to be more aggressive in the start date. Again, one of my big concerns from July to last meeting to this meeting is when we make a decision to pivot, we need to be able to hit the ground running. And now we're making a decision to maybe pivot. Who knows if we're going to vote it in or out. But then, well, we need to give more days. We need to let them prepare more. From between now and whatever date we potentially decide, there's a grand period of time when they can get in the building and figure this stuff out.
Kevin, I think if they can get this done on that Tuesday and Wednesday, that's a heroic accomplishment. I'm going to just go on record and say that. I think we would be pushing way too hard to imagine that they can get this done without at least 2 full days to sit down, think about what's going on here, and make this pivot happen. And if anybody wants to disagree with me, go right ahead. But
I agree, Pat.
I'm planting my flag there because
I agree,
honestly, there's already been comments here saying I'm not sure 2 days are enough.
I guess. So I guess here's the issue though. We're saying 2 days specifically this week when the kids should be learning in the new delivery model if we pass it. We have a month now. We're on, what is it, October what?
It's already the 5th.
Okay, so it's October 5th. And yeah, probably the 5th. Let's make the assumption that we do somehow pass a hybrid model. They have from the 5th until whatever date we implement. And again, you know, my last motion was the 19th. I'll probably try to stick to it, but let's assume that doesn't go through and we say the 26th. You have from the 5th to the 26th to try to figure out how to do this new delivery model that we just talked about, right? That we know will have hiccups. But we're saying 2 of these days, we're not even going to have kids in there betaing, trying it, and things of that. That doesn't really seem daring to me. Now, again, I'm the minority here, obviously, on this one. And I don't want to take up more time because we got to get to the metrics and things like that. But I just think it's problematic to me that whatever decision we make on October 5th, whenever we put that in place, we're also going to give 2 days that week.
Kevin, yeah, let's look at this in a broader perspective here, though. Okay, you just saw the list of forget the teachers. Okay, not that we should forget the teachers, because I still think from a teaching perspective alone, I think this is aggressive. Okay, we have to figure out who's going to go in virtual, who's going to go in hybrid. We have to figure out the bus routes. We got to figure out a whole lot of stuff here while we're still running the district every day and the virtual learning. If we can pull this off, I'm going to tell you, the only thing that we should be doing as a board is congratulating every single person that's been going to be working 24/7 to make this happen.
Yeah, no, Pat, I
sit here and play to the public who wants it next week. Okay?
No, you're missing the point.
What's behind the scenes to make this happen?
No, the point I'm trying to make, and I think I'm being pretty clear, is we have for the teacher's point of view, we're taking 2 more, putting asynchronous learning days in here between October 5th and whatever date we implement, whether it's the 19th, October 26th, November 15th. I don't necessarily care. You're telling me an implementation timeline, whatever week we decide to go back, we're going to take 3 days out of that week because the teachers need to be prepared. My comment back is
we're taking 2 days.
Well, you're Monday. What's Monday?
Monday is a regular day. It's a regular e-learning day.
But they need to get to the school and learn how to teach from their classroom. When are they going to do that?
No, it's a remote synchronous learning day. We're saying go to school if you would like. It's optional. And do your e-school day, just like you would if you were home.
It's really no different than what they're doing right now, because teachers could teach in
campus. To get
campus.
more people in the building to get used to, like Jim said, checking in and doing all that. We are only giving them 2 days to rework their lesson plans, try out their equipment, get their classroom set up. I mean, I might be on another planet, but I'm with the minority or whoever it is that says, wow, 2 days, I really hope they can get this done.
Okay, well, again, to belabor the point, let's not talk about it further because we got so much more to go. It's just a matter of, I struggle with whatever date we talk the Monday we want them back, or the implementation timeline you started on this Monday, whatever Monday that is. It seems to me we're losing out on 3 days, whatever week we pick. to move to our
First
new
of all,
hybrid.
you're not losing on 3. If you want to negotiate 2 days, we can negotiate 2 days. I don't see why you say it's 3 days.
No, we're moving to our new hybrid model. We're missing 3 days. Yes or no?
We're missing 2.
No.
2.
On the new hybrid model, when they're in school, are we missing 3 or 2 this week?
2.
They're not in a hybrid model. The kids aren't in class on Monday, are they?
Yes.
They're not in the building. Oh, they are.
No, they're not in the building. No.
Okay, so we're missing 3 days.
Why? They're not missing days. They're
In the hybrid model that we just
Right, we're
approved.
missing 5 days of the hybrid model this week. That doesn't mean
No, we're not. We have 2, Thursday and Friday, Jim.
Kevin,
not
hold on, you're
today.
right.
Not
No,
this
hold
week.
on, hold on. Kevin, you're
I
right.
see what he's saying.
I am right.
We are not implementing the hybrid model on Monday, October 26th. So we are missing 3 days of moving to the hybrid model because what we're saying is we're not formally kicking it off until Thursday, the 29th.
He's correct in that.
Thank you. That's all I was trying to get to.
But
That was my point.
learning going on Monday.
Yeah,
We're not missing 3 days of school. We're just doing 2 days of hybrid model on whatever first week we choose to go to hybrid.
Right.
correct. My point, whatever date we pick for implementation, in a week that starts on a Monday, this implementation timeline gives away 3 days of the new hybrid model. That's
Okay, so
simply my
hey, Kevin, if we would have said, let's start it Monday, November 2nd, you couldn't say we were giving up any days.
Yeah, there's no days given up that week.
Say that again, Pat. I'm sorry about I
Let's
checked
just say
out.
we're going to start November 2nd. Okay?
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's why I agree 100%. We would miss no days. I wouldn't support November 2nd, obviously. But if you want to give the teachers a week, then why don't you say we'll give them the week of October 19th to do all this stuff and start full force October 26th? Change your delivery model from the week of October 19th. Give the teachers whatever they need that week in order to hit the ground running. If my point is whatever date we hit the ground running, and again, you guys want to do it end of the week, that's fine. I just think we're missing out on, if we're going to move to hybrid, we're missing out on a lot of dates.
I want to know my honest opinion is I don't think moving this thing up a week, I don't think there was a significant upside in learning, in social emotional well-being, in anything. And I think, again, to the point we talked about 20 minutes ago, the single best thing we did when we made the decision to go virtual is we gave the teachers time to figure it out and get ready. So when we did finally open up, they hit the ground running. If we don't do that effectively here, this will not go well. And to move this up a week makes no sense to me at all, because I don't think there's any benefit to the community. I don't think there's any benefit to the students. I think all that's going to do is put unnecessary pressure on our administration, our teachers, and everybody we are depending on 100% to make this work. It's not any of the 7 of us. We're not the ones they're depending on.
Pat, if I can make a comment for everyone again, and you've all worked with us very closely for at least several years now, moving forward. The time leading up to the 26th is the time that we need to get ready to make this work, right? So to make it work as problem-free as we can, knowing that because it's new and there's going to be startup, there's going to have to be some flexibility again at the beginning. And every day we're going to learn something along the way. But this was our estimate working backward with all of the things that we have to do with John and Tom and their people at the building, sitting with us and working through that. So this is our realistic take on this in what we need to get it up and running and what we believe the teachers need to get this up and running. So of course, it's up to the board to make the decision to accept the recommendation, put another one up and go that either now, later, or sometime in the future down the line.
Okay, so before we do anything to vote on this implementation timeline, there were other issues that we wanted to discuss, correct?
Well, yeah, Pat, I mean, we can go back, vote on this now. One of you can make a recommendation, second or not, we can go through the normal process and then see if there are any other recommendations that would be on the table for consideration. But Pat, you've just to go down our list again and do a touch base on a few of the things that we didn't touch directly on tonight. We talked about metrics at the beginning, and we're going to continue to monitor those metrics at,
And all of this is predicated on we don't see some crazy spike in the metrics right now.
which could happen any place. We know that, then we'll have to deal with that. We'll have to address that. We'll have to work with you to address that, do decision making on that. Diagnostic testing, Pat, we've talked about that, and Kevin, we've talked about that at several meetings, and we're still working on that. Trying to make some inroads on diagnostic testing as part of what we do in terms of bringing kids back to school. But it is not available and in place right now. Pat, I don't know if you wanted to comment on that anymore.
Let me just comment on a couple of things. I guess one of the questions I'd like to ask everybody is whether or not we should consider the students being tested for COVID before they return to school. Now, before I say that, let me be clear. I fully understand that if a person gets tested today, that doesn't mean they're not infected tomorrow. Okay, that's just the nature of the beast. But if we did test our population, and when I say student, I mean actually everybody, it would afford us the opportunity to flush out potentially some positives, and they may very well be asymptomatic. So I would just like to hear people's thoughts on the concept of testing before we get everybody back in the building.
Do we know whether or not that's legal?
No, so here's the, well, first of all.
Voluntary.
Yeah. Here's,
so people could opt out.
Well, here's what I would tell you, Lisa. This community has been very vocal that they want their kids back in school. Okay? So let me just assume for the moment, maybe we cannot require it. Okay? We have read letter after letter after letter about people demanding that we put kids back in school. Okay? So I don't think it's too far-fetched to imagine, even if we can't require it, and maybe demand is actually still too strong a word, but I would have no problem setting an expectation in this community that says, you know what, to ensure the safety of the students and staff, we believe it is a good thing. If we can't get everybody tested, that we should get almost everybody tested, because there is no good reason not to be tested. Okay? Because the testing in Lake County is still free. Okay? I'm more than happy to listen to all the pushback on this, you know, but imagine this. Imagine we tested our entire population and found we had virtually no positives. What a wonderful thing. And wouldn't that give us some additional level of assurance that if we do practice our mitigation plan as we've outlined it, that there's a very good probability that we could not only go back to school, but we could sustain it. Okay, otherwise we're going into this blind. Okay, and we're just hoping it works. So I don't think it's asking too much of the parents who have been extremely outspoken, and we've listened to every word they have said, to say, you know what, we're in this together, and we want to work with you. But one of the things that we believe is important is before you get your kid back in our buildings, you ensure that to the best of your ability to know, they're COVID free. So that's my speech. I've given it. I'm just curious what you guys think.
Well, do we know logistically how we would do that? For instance,
do anything.
Well, they'd have to go on their own.
But so it is free in Lake County. But for instance, my husband and I, because we're going to New York at the end of the week, and the people we're staying with, we promised them we would get tested before we came. So we're completely symptom free. We waited for 2.5 hours at the free Waukegan drive up because 4 people had called in sick. And, you know, thankfully we had the time, but it was hard to find a place that we could go and have it done for free, where you didn't need a doctor's note or a referral or an appointment. So I'm just saying it might not be that easy to get, you know, thousands of people.
I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying, but here's what I'm saying. It's going to take all the people we're talking about tonight are going to be working, if not 24 hours, they're going to be working long days and nights to make this thing happen. Okay, I still don't think it's asking people too much, even if it is a little bit of an inconvenience, to do whatever we can to ensure our population is as close to COVID-free when we start as possible.
There's
Okay,
no reason not to recommend it.
there's no reason not to. I agree, Don.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And I think this goes in line with I think Condell's still doing it Thursday, Friday. If we could somehow set something up with them, potentially for an extra day, they are a local provider. People from Vernon Hills, Libertyville can get in there. Again, we talked about this summer as well, how we could try to set up these relationships. So when we did hit the ground running, so I think this is a great opportunity. I think people do need to have tests to get back into school. And I think we should do our part to try to set up where they could go get those tests, whether it be at Condell. There's a place behind Condell. Again, we got to be careful of costs, but we also have to be conscious. It'd be nice to be free, but we also have to be conscious. We did give some money back, right? We voted to give money back, the registration fee, so that did hit their pocket. But preference would be obviously to structure something with Condell, and we could try to figure out how to make that happen.
Well, yeah, we can't forget, our free and reduced lunch families.
Yep.
In this process. And I will tell you, I think we've talked about this before. We'd be better positioned here voluntarily to ask folks to do this legally. It's a property right to come to school. And there are very specific things that have to be done in order to take that property right away. And testing isn't on that list right now. So I think, to the conversation that was happening, to ask parents, would you be willing to get your kid tested, or would you get your kid tested? Between now and if you voted tonight to move toward the hybrid schedule and the timeline that we've recommended for that, if, use that word operatively, of course, because that hasn't happened yet, then, we can put that on a survey. When we do the surveying, we can tell people we prefer that they do that. There's a couple of ways to do that, but it really depends on what, you all are thinking.
Yeah, I mean, one scenario I can imagine is that we request it, we support it, we ask them to do it. I would like to know roughly what percentage. We may not know by name, but somehow I'd like to know what percentage of our population's at least been tested.
I would think the kids would want to do it. I mean, when my daughter went back to college, those kids, granted they had to, college is a different situation, but they were more than happy to be tested so that they could be back on campus, be with their friends, be back in school. I mean, if that's what these kids want, then I don't think it's going to take a lot to say, we want to make sure that you can stay here.
Yeah.
And to do so, we need to make sure that we are starting with as COVID-free a population as we possibly can.
I think the vast majority of our community will actually support it.
I hope so, and I think so.
I mean, for the very reason Karen just mentioned. I mean, a lot of people, they're doing this. When they go away, they're getting tested. They don't want to see grandma without getting tested.
Bryant and Dan, what issues do you see here? Not issues, but I mean, what will we have to do to operationalize this?
Don't know. I mean, the only thing that's kind of going through my head as I'm hearing it, and I'm not meant to be poo-pooing on the party, but CDC has not recommended universal testing for K-12 schools thus far. That was based on guidance they had over the summer, and I don't believe that's changed. That's something we were paying attention to. Like, is that something that CDC is going to kind of recommend to us that we would need to kind of take action on? They hadn't done that. But in terms of establishing that partnership, that's something we would need to establish. So.
But Dan, a lot of workplaces have implemented it before employees go back. That I know for sure.
Oh, for sure. And a lot of schools have too. I'm just saying CDC has said they don't recommend it, or they're not recommending. They've explicitly said we're not recommending universal testing for K-12 schools.
And the reason for that is because it's expensive.
That I don't know why, but.
And the other thing to consider in it is, like you said before, taking a test is just a snapshot. So you could have a test, and you could be in the part of the days that the test is going to show negative, and the next day you could be positive. So you could have a test done before you come back to school, but you actually come back to school and you're positive. So it's not just the one test that's always going to help us. It's like what the colleges are doing. They're doing the random tests. They're doing testing more often. So taking that one test, I mean, when are you going to set that up and do that? You could do it the week before, but then you have a weekend and, you know, so that all changes. So doing one test, it's a monumental, I think, task to ask people to do it and to set it all up, but it's the continuation of testing that will help you in the long run.
That takes me to the second part of the testing discussion, just to kind of update everybody where we're at. Some of you know that we've been talking to a local company about regular and repeated testing of our students and our staff. Now that there's a $5 test available, that changes the paradigm significantly in terms of our ability to continuously screen people, which is really what you need to do to mitigate the spread of the disease. Is there any board pushback on that, at least conceptually, before we go too far down the road on that topic? Because we may have the opportunity to be a pilot site for such a program, all right, which in essence could mean you need to show your boarding pass on your way into school every morning to make sure you're still clean.
So that's actually
Is
a
it
strategy
legal?
that's worked very well at the University of Illinois. That is exactly the type of thing that they've implemented.
Yeah, and Lisa, had a lot of companies these days are doing that actually. But
I think if there's a way to legitimately and legally and jump through all the hoops that we might need to do from a health and a HIPAA perspective and all that kind of stuff.
so, and all of that, Jim, is actually part of the program, because obviously if you're under 18 years of age, you need parental consent, let's say, to share the data with the school district. I mean, again, at this point, this is where we would really have to appeal to the community and say, this shouldn't be about whether we're requiring it or demanding it or anything like this. This should be about, listen, you as a community member have asked us to do everything humanly possible to get our kids back in the building. And we're willing to do that, but we need the community to support this, all right? Because, I mean, a lot of the data that says that it's not spread in schools is because a lot of people haven't been back in schools, okay? And we're gonna see over time what happens here, but I think, I mean, we've been asked to lead, okay? I don't think leading is just making a decision to go to hybrid or going to virtual or going to some other form. I think leading is doing something like this that says, we're not only making a decision to do a certain format, we're going to do what's on the leading edge of what's possible to mitigate the spread of this disease in our community, because that's what's going to allow us to not only sustain this, but maybe sooner than later get all our kids back in the building for 5 days in a row.
Yeah, that'll help not only the district, but it'll help the community.
Well,
For sure.
this whole thing is tamping down the community spread, okay? It's not just the school. We've got to keep it low in the whole community. So, but we may have an opportunity to do this. And I just want to make sure before we go too far, if anybody has serious objections, not that there aren't a lot of logistical issues associated with it, I just want to flush those out before I take this too far.
Oh, Pat, I'll speak for all of us in the administration. I mean, we've all talked about this, you know, you and Kevin and I, we talked with the board about it. I've certainly talked about the administrative team. If we can develop that partnership further, and we have that ability, to Lisa's point and Casey's point, my daughter's at, my youngest is at University of Kentucky, has been tested 5 times in 7 weeks. That's a good thing. To Casey's point, or Lisa, I think that's a good point. If we can get to the point where we can, you know, test the kids and adults on a regular basis on some kind of schedule moving forward, then we're able to stay on top of this, you know, in a much better fashion, like colleges are, and make advanced decisions when we have to make critical decisions, like, okay, maybe we do need to shut down for 2 weeks, you know, based on what so it's not just to keep us going, it's also to make preventative decisions as well. And that would be, I think, a significant game changer for public schools. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, and this is not going to be a surprise to any of you, my colleagues throughout the Midwest all share the same concern about the lack of testing and then bringing kids back into school. It's just not really available on a widespread level in the K-12 public school system in a place that it really should be. And hopefully over the next year, you know, there are going to be many more options, and state governments are going to be able to work with their public schools. Illinois, we're still around 852 school districts, and provide support for that so we can do that. Because it is, somebody said, ultimately it's good for the community. Ultimately it is good for the community because we don't end up being a super spreader at some point if we do have an outbreak.
All right, let me do this. We're going to meet next week, I think, potentially as well. Right? We have committee meetings next week.
Yes,
I will look into the availability of testing in Lake County to see what's still out there.
Okay.
And come back and summarize it for you guys.
And Pat, we just got an email just reminding us about the Lake Zurich. You know, they did community testing after their outbreak this summer, so they would have some information.
Yeah, the county just moved the testing around to sites that were like hotspots. Basically, that's what they did with Lake County, or that's what they did with Lake Zurich. But that's what we really need to be at, Karen. I mean, like universally, right? Moving forward, and we're just not there yet. Okay, Pat, so you give us a little bit more information before we make a decision on.
All right, so meanwhile, I'll continue to scope out this other concept of routine testing, all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so just to run the list down, because I know we've spent a lot of good quality time on this tonight. Contact tracing. The question that we had was, once schools start going back, you know, it seems like around the week of the 19th through the first week or first, I think Warren's like the beginning of November. Once districts start to go back and more kids and more staff are back in the building, can IDPH or can Lake County Health Department, you know, gear up to do the contact tracing? Because once we start bringing larger groups back into the buildings, you know, we're gonna have events. We're gonna have people that get sick. We're gonna have, you know, but not have to shut down. And I think the response is yes, they're you know, they're gearing up. They realize that schools perhaps may be going back in larger numbers. You know, kind of mid-November, mid-October, late October, early November, moving forward. So I will tell you, and Bryant works as our main contact or conduit at this point. Lake County Health Department is extremely responsive to moving at this. But as you know, let's say all the schools in Lake County are going to come back, they're going to have to scale that up because they're going to have to do a lot more contact tracing. And it appears that they are thinking about that and they're working on it. Bryant, would you add anything to that from your conversations with Leah and maybe going back and forth with them?
No, I mean, we've been, you know, working closely with Lake County Health Department. You know, I say, you know, Cam Trout and Kajal Patel at Vernon Hills, they've been doing a great job on, you know, all the different situations that we've come across. You know, they have stepped up their contact tracing. I think Lake County has. We also are doing our own contact tracing. I guess the big question is, yes, when the school, you know, if we come back into session, you know, our ability, not only at both schools, to have personnel to help with all of those situations, but then also, you know, Lake County's ability to follow up with families on all of those situations.
So I have a serious concern when it comes to contact tracing, because Lake County can only do effective contact tracing if people voluntarily participate in the process. And I can tell you that when my son was exposed to someone who tested positive, there was no cooperation with Lake County and I was never contacted. So when you talk about asking people to do the right thing, I think that that's all great. And I agree with your passion, Pat, that people need to meet us halfway. If there is a vocal group of people who demand that we return their students back to the buildings, there should be some consideration for voluntarily participating in testing or voluntarily participating in contact tracing. But my anecdotal experience has told me that people will be unwilling to do that on a broad scale.
Yeah. And that's a legitimate concern, Lisa, because I know in some of the feedback we received, there was a comment somewhere, maybe it's more on social media. Somebody said, if your kid tested positive, would you inform the school? And some people said no.
There you go.
We know that to be a fact.
Which is just so incredibly disappointing to me. I can't really verbalize it. But
I had a neighbor come in to my house recently to tell me that there are parents who are organizing a homecoming dance.
that is a true statement.
And if they're organizing a homecoming dance, that means you're going to put 50 people into a closed space where they're going to be dancing,
Yeah.
breathing. Like that's not the kind of support that I think that we're going to need from the community if they're doing an end around to try to provide the social engagement that we know kids need. But I think a large gathering like that is problematic for us.
Well, ultimately, here's the message. Okay, if we don't all work at this together, either or both of the schools they're not going to be open very long. Because with the numbers of kids that we're talking about and staff that we're going to have in the building, it would be very easy to become, a super spreader place. And that's really the caveat. We're going to have to work together on this, or it's not going to work. It's that simple.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and we need to get our arms around that. And I'm not sitting here tonight. I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but this will only work if it is a collaborative thing. Lisa, go ahead.
No.
Oh, I thought you were raising your hand. Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Health and safety we covered tonight. Staffing. We talked about some of the things we need to do staffing wise if we moved this direction. Technology we talked about. We recommended a schedule that you voted on. Feeding students at lunch we talked about. Impact bargaining. I mentioned, and that will need to continue. And then liability is something that I've just again let the board know in past meetings, and unless there's any questions on that. What we believe is on liability is in November when legislators are back in session for the veto session, that there will be an opportunity for the legislators to add schools to the protected list, if you will, or exempt list on liability. So until that point, it is as I've described it before. We, as we're planning, are doing to the best of our ability to follow the guidance that the state is giving us. And if we do that, there is as a government agency, there is a higher threshold to meet to prove liability. So that's kind of our fail-safe as we're waiting for the state to be able to work through that. That kind of brings us through the framework list.
So one of the things that you talked about was cleaning, but I need a refresher. I don't know if Mark is still with us, but at our last meeting, hopefully the people that have joined us remember that we did approve a contract to audit our air quality as well as reprogram our air handlers to change out the air in both buildings several times a day. When will that be completed?
Excuse me. Tentatively, they will, well, not tentatively, we will be starting the assessment this Thursday at Libertyville High School and moving along to Vernon Hills High School. We hope to have the final results. They said it'd take about a 3-week period. So by the end of the month, we're hoping for the 30th for the recommendations and have all the programming, everything in place as they move along. So it's a step-by-step process, but the final results with the recommendations is for the 30th. I don't have an exact date for the programming at this point right now. And we would obviously program around this, if we move to the schedule, we would program to go for a midday air changeover, in that time period where the kids are out of the school.
So Mark, are you saying if we adopted this timeline, you would be able to have that done before we actually kick it off?
I believe so.
All right, so we would need.
We're going to program as we go along, as we're doing the assessment. We're supposed to have the final package and all the programming done by the end of the month. They said it'd take about 3 weeks total, combining staff doing Vernon Hills and Libertyville.
So Mark, does that include if we worked on Saturday or Sunday?
That does not include weekends. This is regular rate, Monday through Friday.
So if
regular working hours.
If we added Saturdays, does that get us closer to where we need to when we're bringing everyone in? Particularly the last 2 days, the 29th and 30th, 26, 27, 28, 29, yeah, and 30.
I can contact our contractor and find out, get a better schedule from them, and get back to you with a, should have an answer for you by Monday.
That's a really, for me, it's really a sticking point. The CDC has confirmed that this is an airborne transmission virus. And I'm extremely concerned about maintaining the air quality for the safety of everybody in our buildings. Absolutely with masks, absolutely with social distancing, but the air quality is going to be one of the key components of many in keeping people in our buildings safe. And I would hate to rush the implementation if we could be a little bit more deliberate about, we're spending the money on commissioning the study. We're going to do the reprogramming. I think the timelines have to track. I don't think we can ignore that very important factor.
Okay. Here's the way I would summarize that one, and let's wait and see where we end up here. But let me just assume, just for the sake of argument, if we were to approve the current timeline, I would say, Mark, you've got to get it done before we actually implement. If we found out from you, Mark, that we couldn't get it done in time, then we'd probably have to push out the date.
Okay, I will work on that right away.
Hold that thought until we see whether you have to do that or not.
Okay, now just the understanding, the things that will be completed are just the programming and the air changeover. The other recommendations on filters, any supplemental stuff is something that will, we would pursue, down the line.
Right, so if they recommend that we need to have UV as well as baghouse filters that are installed on certain air handlers, it might be January or February before those were installed and operational.
All right, but
I'm assuming that would be an expenditure we would have to approve anyway, because it would be considerable.
Okay, but let's be clear. A lot of these things that we're talking about, UV and filters and things like that, probably very good things to do. But at this point, I'm not aware that there's any good studies that actually can correlate, let's say, numbers of infections in a school or office building or any other place with these mitigations. They're clearly good things to do, but I don't think they're the kind of things where we would say, let's wait till all that's done before we move forward.
There were new ASHRAE recommendations. That's one of the reasons why we're doing this.
Yeah.
Yes, we're following the ASHRAE recommendations and moving forward with that. Air filters are an easy one. They will, it depends on our equipment and the capabilities of our existing equipment. That's something they make the recommendation. We order it. We do it in-house.
Yeah.
It's the UV and the other things that would have to be discussed and analyzed.
Again, I think they're all very good things to do. But I don't know. Okay, so Lisa, does that answer your question on that?
Okay, Pat, so unless there are any other questions.
Well, let me make some closing comments just to kind of summarize this, because I think the thing in front of us, first of all, and I've already seen some email come in tonight that we're bowing to the pressure of the vocal group. Okay, I can only speak for myself, and that is not what I'm doing. Okay, however, I've studied these statistics very thoroughly, and I honestly believe that it is unlikely that we're going to see a material shift to the positive direction in any of the key Lake County metrics. Okay, I think we've talked several times that none of us are really qualified to come up with specific thresholds for the metrics. And I think all of us have great respect for the medical professionals and the team at IDPH and the Lake County Health Department who have invested time, effort, energy, and expertise in establishing those metrics, okay? And the reality of our two communities, Libertyville and Vernon Hills, is they are trending. When I say trending, I'll say tracking, because some don't like when I use the word trending, are tracking for the most part at levels that would support a move to the hybrid format for, at this time, okay? And they've been trending there or tracking there for a while. So I think the challenge to us is to consider that. And if for any reason we're still, and the assumption is we're doing all the mitigations in alignment with the IDPH requirements, okay, which I think our hybrid model is addressed. If we're not willing to accept that, that gets us to an acceptable safety level, which is imperative, I think, to move forward. Then I guess the real question would be, how would we get there? And I think, I'm not even convinced with a vaccine in the near term, and when I say near term, within the next year, I don't know that even that's going to significantly improve things. So, I mean, I think that's a big challenge for all of us to consider. But I really think the metrics are unlikely to get significantly better. They could trend worse. But I also say, I don't know how many of you guys have read this, that the interesting thing on the Southern Hemisphere is the flu season this year has been significantly lower than it's been in a long time, in part because a lot more people are getting flu shots, and the mitigations to prevent COVID are also helping a lot with flu, right? So that doesn't mean that will be happening here. If nobody wants to wear a mask, it's going to be a problem. But I don't know, as I walk around town, I'm actually blown away by how good the compliance is in wearing masks in a lot of the public places. So I think that's a very positive sign. So, I mean, that's kind of the last pitch. I'm not really trying to pressure anybody into deciding one way or another, but I just think we have to come to grips with the fact that it's getting increasingly difficult to suggest that our metrics are a reason why we would no longer be able to move forward, because I just don't think the facts and the data actually support that at this point. So anybody else want to throw in any final comments before I ask for some action?
So I guess I just want to comment on that idea that we as a board somehow are giving in to a vocal group that's on any side of the issue. I'm well aware that I'm obligated by oath to choose what's right for the best education and the safety of everybody in the district. I'm not concerned with what's popular. I'm not a politician. I'm a volunteer. So that suggestion is really somewhat insulting. And I think that we can deliberate, and we've done a very good job as a board of asking questions and considering a lot of difficult aspects. And it is the merit, it is on the merit of those discussions that we will make our decision.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, Lisa. Anybody else? Feel free.
Lisa, I'd like to just chime in, and somewhat of a comment on Pat's comments, a reflection on Pat's comments. At some point in time, we got to move forward. We're not going to stay remote forever. We have to move forward when it's the right time. We have to move forward with the right processes and procedures and things in place to mitigate anything we need to mitigate. And so the reality is we're not going to stay remote forever. I do think the numbers and the community is probably in better shape here than it is in many places. And I think that we can find a path forward to move towards a hybrid solution. I think we have some things that we want to do to enhance that, such as maybe consider testing, so some of those types of things. The only comment I'll make is, while some may think we need to move quicker, I think the timeline presented tonight is a little aggressive based on the information that I hear. Not only air handling that might not be done before the end of the month, even if we push it, you know, things like getting all the transportation, all the logistics of everything, you know, we're talking 3 weeks. And 3 weeks can be a long time. But by the way, all these people are doing their job. The teachers are teaching every day in the classroom and developing curriculum on the fly because it's all new and different. So you know, I recognize we got to move towards hybrid at some point in time, but I just wonder if we're not maybe just slightly too aggressive. I don't know that I could support something in October, and I know people want to move forward, but I think if we're going to do it, we got to do it right, and we got to do it safely, and we got to do it the D128 way.
Yeah. Hey, Jim, we have the option. Imagine we adopt the proposed timeline and we can come back and certainly discuss this more next week. We could certainly agree that it's contingent on, you know, completing A, B, C, D, and E. And if one of those things doesn't happen, then obviously the timeline pushes out. But I don't know, my experience in project management says if we don't put a line, you know, plant a flag somewhere, it just keeps moving.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we don't plant a flag somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm just suggesting
But I'm
slightly a little aggressive, especially since we really don't have the feedback yet. And I know we're going to get it rather quickly on staff, on students, on parents' willingness to bring their students back in. So we don't even know what the numbers are. So we can't even begin to start planning transportation and all those kinds of things because we just don't know what the reality of how we're going to implement that hybrid is just yet.
No
So
question. I mean,
it's hard to move.
To your point, we might find out next week if we wanted to go with this timeline that we can't get the buses running in time. Okay?
Right.
And so we may have to come back and revise it. But
Well, Pat, I would say one thing. We've done as much running out on logistics as we can, and we think we can make this work. And regardless of what the pressure was, if we didn't think we could make this work in some form or fashion, you know, we would have come back and talked to you about the first week in November. So
okay.
this is us putting pressure on ourselves for sure to keep that process moving forward. You know, trying to take all of those dynamics, including to give kids the option to come back to school in mind.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, again, any project timeline I ever managed, there's always risk. There's always something that could go wrong, and that may happen here. We may have to come back and adjust. Okay, other comments? Karen, you look like you had something you want to say.
Yeah, one of the things that I think does work about this timeline is that it gives a little bit more time in e-learning, just straight e-learning, but then also gives a chunk of time before the Thanksgiving break to be in the hybrid. We're not just in it for 2 weeks and then off we go on vacation and then we're back for 2 more weeks and then we're gone again. I feel like having these bigger chunks of time in one particular method of delivery is a good thing. I'm still concerned that that the educational delivery will just by necessity be diminished because of the mask wearing of the teachers and the teachers trying to teach to both a screen and to live students. I just think I don't know how it can't. I know they'll do their very best. And I, again, feel like for ones who home is a bit unfair. But I also think, you know, I also hear what you're all saying about if we're going to do it and we got to move forward at some point. And I would like to maybe see as a part of the questionnaire about whether you're going to come or not, a place for parents and students to commit to complete cooperation and honesty about whether they've been exposed, about whether they are an asymptomatic carrier. Just really hammering that home that this is a cooperative effort and we need everyone to be completely above board and, you know, for the good of all. I don't know if that will make a difference, but.
Well, I mean, to that point, Karen, I've often thought about whether or not we need some sort of, for lack of a better way of describing it, 11 o'clock at night, some sort of pledge. It's signed by the student and the parent. Yeah. Okay. And so I think we need to have further conversation on that because
this is serious stuff.
I'm going to say over and over again, love these two communities. They're unbelievable communities. Now more than ever, we need to pull together, be supportive, and do the right things. All of us.
All good ideas. Just a note, that would have to be done voluntarily. That could not be a requirement of your attendance at school.
So at a minimum, no, I get that.
Yeah, I know you know that. I'm just saying that for the audience.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know that 70% of the people in the community are pulling for us because they're going to cooperate with us on this. Okay, so I get it. We're not trying to not let people in school. Although, can I just ask one quick clarifying question? Is it different for our employees in that regard? Like, could we require our employees to be tested?
No, not as a condition of employment.
Okay. You guys ought to be in the private
sector. Did you say tested, Pat, or signed a pledge? I'm sorry.
Tested. Let's look into it. I mean,
yes, I hesitate to give you a definitive answer without double checking on that.
Okay, yeah, let's look into it. I mean, all I'm trying to do is protect the safety of the environment.
Sure.
That's what everybody seems to say they want, but every time we turn around, we got a roadblock to make that happen. Okay.
I can't imagine that they wouldn't want to.
Yeah,
same thing.
There'd be no question that most of the adult staff, if not all of them, if we could test every day, they'd probably do it.
Okay.
Coming in and working. So I'm not too concerned about them.
Okay.
And the environment, to Don's point, in the environment that we're all going to be working in.
And again, I think that's this to me is one of the things we can do to tell our employees as well as our students. We want to be supportive of this thing being safe, and we're willing to do what we need to do. Okay. Don, Casey, Kevin, any thoughts, comments?
I want to take a minute to commend the administration and our principals for the hours of work that I am sure were put into this plan. I asked for a reasonable strategic deadline and you guys just knocked it out of the park. And I want to thank you for all the work you put into this. I think this plan, allows families choice. It does a great job of focusing on reducing health risks, which obviously is incredibly important. But for me, it addresses the social and emotional wellness concerns that I have for these kids. There's a tremendous amount of value in peer interaction, even if it is behind a mask. For some kids, that's as important as their academics. So I support this hybrid plan. This is an unprecedented situation, and we have all collectively spent a lot of hours on this. The additional professional learning days will increase our chances of success. So I just want to thank you guys and say I'm impressed.
Okay, thanks, Casey. Don, Kevin, anything?
Sure, I'll jump in. Am I on? Yes, okay. I have a lot of friends that are teachers, and I'm concerned for the amount of work that they're already doing. Like, I've been volunteering to meet with groups of teachers to help tweak assessments because you have to assess differently in a remote model than you would if you had a classroom full of students where you could see the work that they were doing directly in front of you. So the big concern that I've been hearing from the community is the isolation that students feel and the emotional distress that students are feeling. And in order to solve that problem, we are talking about moving into a hybrid in-person, having hundreds of kids in the building in close contact or reasonably close contact as a solution to that problem. And I agree that that's an issue. All the way back in the summer, I was challenging the committee to find ways to identify students who were at risk and who were going to need help. And I think that every teacher that I've talked to has identified the students in their class, and they've communicated with counselors, or they've talked to they've talked to parents. But if the parents know that their student is struggling, what are we doing about that? What is the parent doing to be the champion for that student? My son is having a hard time talking to his teacher. So reach out to the teacher and say, my son is having a hard time talking to the teacher, and see if we can't work out those situations in a way that doesn't require the risk that we are imposing on our teachers, students, and the community at large. I'm unwilling to take that risk at this point until we have regular, frequent, available testing that is cheap I won't even consider the idea of getting our kids into a position where we are risking their health. And I have to tell you, I was pretty upset when we got an email. All of us read this email. It was not read into the record because it was one of the 400 that we received early on. But there was a parent that said, how are you going to feel? What's it going to be like when you have to explain that you were personally responsible for the death of a student who committed suicide because you isolated that student? Well, Kevin said something very much like that this evening when somebody else told us that we would have blood on our hands if a person died because of COVID. Well, that cuts both ways, and it's a horrible thing to use as an argument. What we should be doing is we should be focusing on the safety and well-being of our students. And the safety of our students means keeping them at home, and the well-being means finding out ways to help them in that isolation. I had a number of parents tell me that one of the ways they're combating it is that they've gotten together with groups of other parents and they put themselves in a bubble. And so those kids are actually going to school with each other every day. So there's a group of 4 or 5 students who are sitting in the basement and they're all attending their different classes, but they're with their friends all day because the parents chose to bubble those kids, and they're not going out with other people, they're staying isolated, but as long as they're in that bubble, then they're going to be okay. Can we find ways to provide bubbles for those kids that are isolated? I think that we are taking an extreme method of solving a problem that is a dangerous problem, but I don't think that it's the way to solve the problem.
Okay.
Right, that's
Great
where I am.
Great comments, Don. Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. I appreciate Don's comments in terms of I think it does cut both ways in terms of the blood on our hands versus the suicides and the emotional. We've all said this, and I've said it. There is no right answer in this, and and I don't even know if there's a best answer. You all know where I'm going. I've been consistent. In July, there wasn't a group of parents yelling and screaming, so I need the schools open, and it's pretty simple on why, and that is, and I said this at the last meeting, I want to reiterate it. The governor in our state shut down schools when he said they were dangerous. The governor in our state shuts down sports when his experts say they're dangerous. The governor in our state right now has not shut down schools. He has discharged that responsibility to us to find a way to try to make it safe for our kids to do whatever education we deem is best. And we've heard lots of arguments tonight and I think Karen's 100% right. I don't think we know if this is going to be a better delivery with teachers having masks. But unless we try, and Pat's pointed out, and I think we all know, the numbers are where they are right now, and they're probably not going to get a lot better. So now is the chance to try. So by the end of the first semester, we will have tried the remote, and we know that works. We'll hopefully try the hybrid and see if that works. And we will be able to go into the second semester knowing which way we should be servicing our kids. If we don't vote to do a hybrid right now, all we know is the remote option. So again, that just reinforces, I think, our position. And we all know that Kevin wants a quicker timeline, and Kevin apologizes for getting heated, but at the end of the day, it's just, I want to see I want this delivery model in place to see if it works, because I don't know if it will. I'm hoping, but I think we got to give it a go. And so I know there's not even a motion on the table, so we shouldn't probably be discussing it at that point, but I think there's going to be a motion coming up, and we'll see which way it goes. But again, I appreciate everybody's comments from every board member. I think doesn't feel the pressure of the community. I think we feel the pressure of there is no right answer. So welcome to a test when there's no right answer.
Right. Okay, anybody from the administration like to make any comments?
Pat, I think we're ready to roll.
Okay. All right,
let us make a recommendation, and then see if somebody picks it up as a motion and a second, and then we can vote on it and see where we go from there. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. So the administration, based on our conversation with the board over the past month, earlier in the evening, recommended a hybrid schedule model that we would go to if and when we go to make the decision to go to hybrid. We are recommending a timeline for that tonight that would bring teachers back on Monday, October 26th, and would conclude with two. Let me run through the schedule, and then you can just say as recommended. Monday, October 26th, optional teacher return to campus, remote synchronous learning that day for students following the regular e-school schedule. On Tuesday, October 27th, teachers return to campuses, teacher professional learning day. Students will be in asynchronous learning coordinated with their teachers. On Wednesday, October 28th, teachers on campuses, teacher professional learning day number 2. Student asynchronous learning day, again, working with their teachers to arrange that. And then on Thursday, October 29th, hybrid schedule begins on the orange day per the schedule you approved earlier tonight. And Friday, October 30th, hybrid schedule continues with a blue day per the schedule. And from that point on, we would be in hybrid until such time that we were not. So just so everyone's sure, the recommendation from the administration would be to start synchronous learning, or to start the hybrid schedule officially for students on Thursday, October 29th and Friday, October 30th. So that, Pat, is our recommendation. And if somebody makes the motion, I think you can probably say it, you could probably say as recommended.
Yeah. So is there a motion to adopt the proposed schedule as recommended?
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Carmichael,
No.
Grudy,
Aye.
Hessel,
No.
Huber,
Aye.
Lundstedt,
Aye.
Rooney. Oh, you're muted.
Casey, didn't hear you. You're muted.
Aye. Okay, Batson.
No.
Okay, what is that, 4-3?
4-3.
3 noes, 4 yeses.
Okay, motion carries. Okay,
Okay, so we're going to start doing some, thank you for, as always, your work on this. Very deep, complex, multi-layered discussion, and we appreciate the board's work on that. We're going to begin to push some information out tomorrow and start to do some surveying on this to get it rolling. Pat, I would suggest that at next Monday's P&P, maybe P&P for this, that we just do an update with the board. Mark we get to F&F, he can talk a little bit about the air quality things and all of that. But we want to stay in close contact with the board in case we run into a compelling factor that would push that timeline, back. And let me just finish our comments and the administration's comments where I started tonight. This is complex, challenging, and it's unprecedented. And we're going to continue, including the community that's watching tonight and may not be watching tonight. We're going to have to continue to work together and be adaptable and flexible. And it's just the way it is. We're going to have to work together to do what we need to do here.
okay. All right, I didn't look at our agenda. I haven't looked at our agenda in a couple hours here.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. Is there,
That was the easiest thing we did tonight, Don.
yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? If not, roll call, please.
Rudy,
Aye.
Hessel,
Aye.
Huber,
Aye.
Lundstedt,
Aye.
Rooney, aye. Batson,
Aye.
Carmichael.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, good night and thanks, everybody. It was a long night.
Thank you. Good night.